All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Monday, December 7th, 2020 Board of Commissioners meeting. Now I'll call the meeting into order, and the first item tonight is the invocation and pledge of allegiance. We don't have anyone signed up this evening to deliver the invocation, and I always invite a member of the audience, if there's anyone out there that would like to say a few words over this meeting, I encourage them to come forward. And if there isn't anyone, then I will turn it over to Miss Selena Jarvis this evening to do our invocation and lead us in a pledge of allegiance.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the honor, the privilege, and the freedom to gather here and do the work of this county. I ask that you guide us and direct us in the decisions that we make tonight, that they be fair and true and honest and to your liking. Be with us as we travel home tonight. Keep everyone safe. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Jarvis. Tonight's a little bit different. We have our oaths of office for the newly, or re-elected, I guess. One of us is newly elected. Congratulations again, Commissioner Jarvis, on winning your seat. And we're glad you all turned out tonight just to see us get sworn in this evening. We appreciate it. Especially Bobby Hanning back there. We have Representative Hanning here. Congratulations again, Bobby, on another 2 years. We appreciate your service to this county and your district. At this time, I'll invite Ray Matusco up. He's our clerk of Superior Court for the swearing in, and we're going to do just a mass swearing in of all the commissioners at one time.
I want to thank the board for inviting me out. It's truly an honor and a privilege to be asked to come administer the oaths of office. If I could have Paul Beaumont, Mary R. Etheridge, Selena S. Jarvis, and Bob White, please. If you have a family member coming to hold the Bible, feel free to introduce your family member to.
I think we're just flying solo this evening, sir.
Okay.
Did you bring someone? Nice. Good job, man.
I knew
Last time you left
saw-
them hanging.
I knew I saw Beaumont here.
All right.
So this is one of my sons, David. He's a U.S. Marine.
Hurrah.
Spent some time deployed last year, and we're grateful to have him back and carrying on the tradition of serving our country.
Well, thank you for your service, young man.
Thank you for your service.
You'll put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. All right. Do you, Paul Beaumont, Mary R. Etheridge, Selena S. Jarvis, and Bob White solemnly swear that you'll support the Constitution of the United States and that you'll be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof, and that you'll endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, so help you God?
I do.
And do you further swear that you will well and truly execute the duties of your office of Currituck County Commissioner according to the best of your skill and ability and according to law, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations to all of you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. All right, and also a little bit different tonight. Every December, we elect a new chair and vice chair, and at this time, we're ready to elect our new chairman of the board, and I will turn the meeting over to our county manager to handle that.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to entertain any nominations for chairman.
I will make a nomination for Commissioner Mike Payment to be our chair.
I think Kitty wins.
All right, there's a motion and a second for Commissioner Mike Payment to be chair. Do I have any other nominations? Hearing none. All those in favor of Mike Payment for chairman?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mike Payment is elected chairman, and I will turn the meeting.
Well, first of all, let me just say to this board, thank you for your confidence and trust for allowing me to be the chairman this year and represent this Board of Commissioners. And it's an honor, and I look forward to working for you all, the staff and the citizens out there with the duties of the chairman. The first order of business now is we need to elect a vice chairman for the Board of Commissioners. So at this time, I'll open the floor up for any nominations for the vice chair.
I nominate Commissioner Paul Beaumont.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, we have our congratulations, Commissioner Beaumont as the vice chair. And at this time, I am going to recess for about, give it 3 minutes just to give the time to move the chairs around and get everybody reestablished, and then we'll reconvene in a few minutes. Okay, I'm going to reconvene the Board of Commissioners meeting, and the first item is the approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to add our consideration of modifications to agenda order, meeting times, and general rules of procedure to item E under new business for discussion this evening.
Okay. Are there any other changes? All right, can I get a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
I'll get a sec. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, thank you. The next item is public comment. Now, I do not have anybody signed up for public comment tonight. If you are going to be speaking on one of the items tonight, you do not need to come up here. But if there's anyone who did not sign up and would like to speak a public comment, please come on up. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and I'll move into the Commissioner's report. And we are going to make the Commissioner's report easy, and we're just going to start on my left here with Commissioner Jarvis, and we'll move around.
Today is the 79th anniversary of that date that lives in infamy, where many of our young servicemen gave the ultimate sacrifice at Pearl Harbor. And that sacrifice is something that I reflect on, and I thank them and thank the people like David Beaumont and the other Beaumont children that are serving, that help preserve our way of life and that willingly put themselves in harm's way. I thank you for that, and I encourage everyone to reflect on the freedoms we have and the sacrifice, because as we all know, that freedom didn't come freely, it came with a price. And I thank our young men and women that are willing to preserve that way of life. I would also like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. I encourage you to be generous with those who are less fortunate. Certainly time to still give to Operation Santa, and to be careful in your travels if you are indeed making the gamble to travel anywhere, and be patient as we go about celebrating Jesus' birth in the Christmas season. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jarvis. Commissioner Etheridge?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking of Operation Santa Claus, the Department of Social Service has notified me that they have an additional 20 slots open to assist children here in the county. They're accepting applications starting today, and the application period will end on Friday the 11th at 5 p.m. or when all the 20 slots have been filled, whichever comes first. You do need to apply in person at the Department of Social Service at 2793 Currituck Highway. This program services children 0 to 17 years of age, and you must be a resident of Currituck County to qualify for assistance. Also, the Senior Citizen Center, in addition to their home delivery meals, are now offering a drive-through meal service on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday of each week at the Barco location, which is at 130 Community Way, which is next to the YMCA. You must be 60 years of age and a county resident, and it does require that you do an advance registration, and some restrictions do apply. Tomorrow, December the 8th, the Senior Citizen Center will be having a holiday drive-through event. It's for seniors over the age of 55, and she can do about 100 of them. You must... Are you saying I can go?
Well, no, I'm closing in on that. I've only got 5 years to go.
You must register to pick up a box that will be loaded with staple food items, a COVID goodie bag, which was secured through the Albemarle Commission. In addition, they'll be given a holiday gift from the senior citizen in lieu of their annual Christmas party. There are a few boxes left, so if you're 55, sign up. You do have to reserve this, and if for some reason you have signed up and you cannot pick up your box, please let them know so they can add other people in. And all these events are open to senior citizens here in the county, regardless of your past participation. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Etheridge. Commissioner White?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board's had some discussion in the past year about remote meetings and retreats and where they were to take place. This year we had intended to have a meeting over on Knott's Island and in Corolla, and 2020 struck with all of its gusto this year and put a cramp in that. So hopefully we'll be able to pick that up again next year as things hopefully come to an end with COVID and all that it entails. We also had a discussion about having our retreat this year in Corolla, and or at least some portion of it, and cannot do that. We don't have meeting space over there, and the Hampton Inn is not accepting anybody to have any kind of meetings there. So we'll have to wait on that. Those will be held here on the mainland side of the county again this year, but we were thinking of folks outside of the mainland, specifically Knott's Island and Corolla, to bring the government to them where it was possible to do so. I just hope and pray 21 is better than this year, that we as a nation can heal and move on and just keep pushing forward, because certainly the last few years have been very good for this country, its economy, and many of the people in it. And I hope that continues throughout the next, my lifetime and at any point. And other than that, I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year this year, and hope everyone has safe travels.
Thank you, Commissioner White. I'll go ahead and give my report. I just want to give some COVID updates. As everyone knows, I'm the commissioner that sits on the Albemarle Regional Health. And to clear up a little bit out there is regarding the testing in the county. The Albemarle Regional Health has 1 day a week in each county selected to have COVID testing. You call up, make an appointment, and you go in and get your testing done. Wednesdays is the time for Currituck County, and they've staggered it so if availability is not on Wednesday in Currituck County, there's a neighboring county that's available to take your testing. The state has recently contracted an outside firm to provide another day in the county, and that should be starting, if it didn't start this Friday, it's supposed to be starting soon. So the Currituck will have 2 days available for anybody who wants testing. And there's plenty of tests available, and the information I received from the director of Albemarle Regional Health is ever since the testing has been done on Wednesday, there's always been available spots left over, so it's never filled up on a Wednesday for testing. So if you need it, they never run out on Wednesday, and so I would encourage you to call and make that appointment. Also, for last month, the number of tests that were reported of all the sources for Currituck County, there was 2,712 tests. Of those, 39 were done by the health department. And all this information is public knowledge. You can call Albemarle Regional Health. You can get with the state. It's available out there. And as of today, the current count in Currituck, the confirmed lab cases was 412. There's 123 active cases now. 284 of those have recovered, and Currituck has had 5 deaths. Currituck also has recently had what's considered an outbreak. The Currituck Health and Rehab in Barco had a significant outbreak. They've had a total of 61 people that have tested positive there, so we just pray for those individuals that they all recover. That's the report, the current report from the Regional Health Department in Currituck County as far as COVID goes. I do want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, and I want to reiterate what Commissioner Jarvis said about our troops and our veterans out there with today. And I want to thank all our vets out there for what they've done for us. And with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Vice Chair Beaumont.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
While thinking about tonight in the swearing in, as well as the momentous date that this reminds us of, and the actual oath of office that I took back in a while ago when I first enlisted in the Navy, and then again as I entered the Naval Academy, we swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And there was not an expiration on that oath. And in fact, the oath that we took this evening as well, it doesn't expire in 4 years. You know, we swore an oath to help support and defend the Constitution of North Carolina as well. And with that said, when I look at my sons and contemplate, you know, their service to the country as well as those that have laid their lives down to guarantee us the freedoms and the rights that a lot of blood was shed in order to accomplish. And as the debate in the public square continues on, as was there fraud in this past election? If so, how significant was it? This is not a Republican issue, an independent issue, a Green issue, a Democrat issue. It is an American issue. And if we don't at our foundation want to know the truth as to whether or not fraud was committed upon the U.S. population during this election, we really need to ask ourselves, you know, what do we stand for? I want to know that the vote was accurate. I want to know that the vote was legit. I want to know that there aren't strings, either foreign or domestic, that are playing with our vote counts and have caused the entire voting system to be suspect. And I would hope and encourage that the residents of Currituck County who showed up in droves to vote this last election, I would think that everybody wants to know the truth. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaumont. Commissioner McCord.
I believe we touched on it last time. Congratulations to the winners that were sworn in. It was good seeing David, great kid. Coached against him and coached him in rec sports. Very, very good kid. The Operation Santa, as Commissioner Jarvis and Commissioner Etheridge touched on, if those seats, those 20 get filled up, everybody this year is kind of partnering due to COVID. Instead of Shop with a Cop, we have Shop for a Kid. So there's other ways they can donate too, which we're linked in with DSS. Deputy Nathan Large, he's been sending out emails. I got one just a second ago. And we collected a bunch of donations today for some additional kids. So like I said, if a kid runs out, I don't want a kid to go without. If a kid runs out through DSS, reach out to, if you don't have my cell phone and you live in this county, that's kind of scary, but reach out to me or reach out to somebody. But or one of the deputies. Don't call the sheriff's office or whatever. I mean, but like I said, just reach out. You can look it up on the website. Shoot me an email. Like I said, I don't want to see a kid go without. I know I got a couple businesses today called me and got some text messages. I got to collect some checks tomorrow after work. So, but like I said, that's a great program that DSS does, and it's weird because like we always, the Shop with the Cop is always, it's just like it's so fun to watch. Those little kids just, I mean, they love it. So this year it's going to be weird because it's going to be Shop for a Kid. Like I think it's kind of what we're doing. So, but like I said, reach out to that. Like Commissioner Jarvis said, be generous if you can. If you can't, I mean, I totally understand. Thank you to the county manager and our senior center, Stacy Joseph. My dad called me today. He got to play pickleball. It's been since March. Calls every day about it. They've been playing outside. They had guys and people there in the scene. I mean, they've been shut away from that. They go religiously. The seniors at the senior center, since March, they've been shut down for that. And my dad said it was a little challenging to play with the mask. He got dizzy a couple times, but they had a good time. So, you know, nobody got hurt. So, Merry Christmas. You know, like you said, you know, holidays are tough on some people, you know, where they've lost loved ones and so forth. So be kind to your neighbor and happy holidays, all that good stuff. And 2020 can't get out of here quick enough. So we're ready for January 1st. 2021, it can't be worse than 2020, the year of the toilet paper shortage and whatever, you know, anything you can think of. You can. No, I went to Dollar General. It's not back. The Dollar General was stocked up Saturday. So, but
Now that
like,
you've announced that, they won't be.
yeah, hopefully they will be. But like I said, that's it. But like I said, if somebody does, anybody's watching this or whatever, you own a business, and reach out, text, email. Don't call dispatch. Don't call the sheriff's office. But if you want to donate, like I said, because I know they added an additional 20, and I think we're trying to add an additional 20 as well too. So we don't want a kid to go without. And like you said, and I know in the past we've gotten some late additions, like as late as like the 15th and 16th. What makes it a little more challenging, but still, we're going to try to make sure no kids are left behind. So that's it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Commissioner McCord. Commissioner Etheridge.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to you on your selection as chairman and Commissioner Beaumont as vice chairman. This is the Christmas season, and this is the season when we celebrate the birth of what we consider, many of us consider, the light of the world. And keep that in mind as we go forward. This has been a strange year. Things have changed. What was normal is now abnormal, and what is the new normal? Hopefully we can get back to what was or what is now abnormal. I'd like just to say thank you to our volunteer fire departments doing the Santa rides on the fire trucks. They came through my neighborhood in Mayock last night, the Mayock Volunteer Fire Department, and had Santa sitting up there on top of the fire engine, as cold as it was last night. And our fire departments are trying to bring back a sense of community by doing this. And I felt like a kid again, being out there watching Santa go by. And there's something about this time of year that I think does bring the kid out in all of us. But we have to remember the one thing about Christmas is the reason for the season, and that's the love of our Heavenly Father. And I hope each one of us can display that to our neighbors, and we get back to being a community. Somebody on Facebook asked last night or Saturday, what do I miss about the old Currituck? And I said I missed the JT Supermarket in Shawboro, where there was a daily gathering every morning to come see what was going on in the community. And we could keep up and connect with the community without using social media. And I think we need to look at possibly trying to get back to that, to where if somebody in the community needed something, we knew it without having to have Facebook tell us that. So I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and hopefully a Happy New Year.
Thank you, Commissioner Etheridge. Next on the agenda is the County Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first thing I wanted to mention, since we don't have another meeting between here and the first of the year, is the solid waste decals. Just to let everybody remember, as of January 1st, 2021, if you want to use a convenience site in Currituck County, you have to have a decal. They came in tax bills. If you did not get one, or if you need more, you can reach out to the Public Works Department. There actually is an online application you can fill out, and they'll get those sent to you. So as of January 1st, 2021, if you come to a convenience site, you will be denied service if you don't have one of those decals on your vehicle. I do want to say the reason that the staff recommended that and the board did that at the budget meetings last year is we're trying to cut down on folks who don't pay the household availability fee and pay into that system from using it. We do have a lot of people who drive through Currituck County who reside in other counties on their way other places. So we're trying to make sure that service is for the folks who actually pay for it. So that's the only purpose of those decals. We talked a lot about and heard a lot in the Commissioner's report about the difficulties of 2020. I want to take just a second, since this is our last meeting of the year, to recognize all of our county staff. I mean, from, we heard about Parks and Recreation, the Sheriff's Office. We've got, folks in the Registered Deeds, Tax Office, Elections, Inspections, Planning, and I'm going to miss a whole bunch. I'm going to quit naming just all the departments. But under even normal years, these jobs can be stressful for various reasons. And I know a lot of people think that local government jobs, we catch a lot of flack and hasty generalizations about what we are and what we do. But under the type of conditions that we've worked under in 2020 and this kind of constant change that we've had to work under, I want to take just a second and really commend the county employees. I've been fortunate in that, as the county manager, I've had, in my opinion, the best staff in the state of North Carolina to lead this year, and that's made my job a lot easier. So my heartfelt thanks go out to them. We heard about some of the COVID information that came out from the health department from Chairman Payman. I did want to mention that there are some things on the agenda tonight about our CARES funding. I wanted to take just a second to remind folks of our CARES funding, how we've spent it, to give a little bit of insight as to why we've potentially spent it the way that we've spent it, in hopes that they'll have a better grasp on our reasoning. CARES funding can be spent by and large on public safety salaries at 100%. We've spent the vast majority of our funding in that way. The reason is that all of that money expires December 30th, and so if you don't spend it, it disappears. As we are seeing, rural areas, Currituck County is no exception, is seeing that the pandemic is hitting us at a slightly different time, much later than it hit urban areas across our state and our country. And so while we may have a need for things in 2021, the money expires at the end of this calendar year. The Board of Commissioners, using the foresight that they've had, have spent that money down so that if we do need funds in 2021 for anything related to COVID, you have reserves to tap to help pay for those things. And I think that foresight by the Board of Commissioners should be commended. And folks should understand that we are taking our direction from the Albemarle Regional Health Department, the subject matter experts, and are making the best decisions we have with the information that we get from our subject matter experts to act accordingly. We'll continue to do that. We've done that since the start of the pandemic. We will do that until the end of the pandemic. That includes as vaccines become available and the rollout plans for those vaccines are laid out. We will turn to our experts with the Albemarle Regional Health Department to give us guidance on how to best do that. The final thing I wanted to mention is I attended the Board of Education meeting last week. You're going to have an update in your administrative report section from Superintendent Matt Lutz. He went through some of the things at that meeting he's going to go over tonight. I will tell you that it was a really good meeting, and I think that the information that he's going to bring forward to you all is going to start us on a path so that we can begin to get ahead of the curve with some of the school challenges that we face, whether that's capital or current expense related from the Board of Commissioners standpoint. So I'm really excited about the next several years working with Dr. Lutz and with the school system, and I'm excited for his update to you all tonight. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
Mr. Chairman, if I could say, the Albemarle Regional Health Service, I know our chairman sits on the board. They do a phenomenal job. I had my other line of work had a experience where I had to deal with them and had to be quarantined for 5 days, and that was very, very tough to sit in one room for myself. But they were super helpful. They do a phenomenal job. Nicole Hines, local girl, supervisor here in Ashley Stowe, they were awesome. So the health department does, or the Albemarle Regional Health Services, they do a really, really good job. So I just want to thank you to them and thank you to all that they do.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like for us as a board to thank the county employees. I think they all deserve a real round of applause.
Anyone else? Any questions for the county manager? No. If not, thank you, Mr. Steichleather. And next, I would like to invite the superintendent of our schools, Dr. Matt Lutz, to come up and do the presentation to the board.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to come and speak before you tonight. No matter what they say, there's always a little bit of nerves. Not the first time I've spoken in public, but certainly been looking forward to this moment to come and talk with you since I think we first spoke in June. I wanted to go over a few items and I'd like to thank Ben for attending our meeting as well. It was a nice sign of support. There are a number of things that I want to go over tonight. And what I'd like to do is take us through the Evergreen report first, and then I'm going to touch on the central office and the size of central office, and then on COVID savings. Those are questions that this board has had, and I wanted to address those concerns. So what I'd like to do is, what I took was the Evergreen report. I updated our responses along with our finance officer, Larissa York, who's also with us today, and our board chairman, Karen Etheridge, is also here as well. So if there are questions, we are here to answer those. So I'm going to take us through the Evergreen report, and I'm going to highlight some items on here that I think are of particular interest. I'll touch on each item, and I'll spend a little bit more on other items. So these were recommendations that came through from Evergreen. Some things have been addressed. Most things are in process. So we'll begin now. First recommendation they had was that to identify students and families eligible for free and reduced price meals. This is an ongoing in process. Right now, during COVID, all of our students get free lunch and free breakfast. And so across the nation, not just here in Currituck. And so therefore, right now getting these forms filled out is somewhat problematic. We are uploading them to our website so they can do them electronically, making things easier. But the urgency to fill free and reduced lunch forms out to receive free and reduced lunch is not there at this time. Item 2.2, until such time that fund balance is sufficient to cover 3 months of operating expenditures, adopt balanced budgets with some surplus to replenish the fund balance. I'm happy to share with you for the first time in recent memory, we did not tap into the fund balance. Some of that is due to our COVID savings, and I'll share that with you then, but we did not tap into our fund balance, nor did we budget any fund balance for this school year as well. So not only do we add some in, we did not budget anything. That fund balance is sitting around $800,000. We do need a larger fund balance, but we took a large step forward in not hitting the fund balance and also not budgeting for this year. Consider modifying the manner in which ADM and the manner in which the inflationary rates are established in county funding formula. That has already been done. We thank the board for adjusting that formula, and that will be up for further discussion again in the spring, as we had a 2-year agreement. 2.4, identify capital needs and ensure the capital expenditures are not being made with general operating funds. This has been implemented. We have put safeguards in place to ensure that capital funds are spent for capital projects. And we're making sure those line items. I know I brought to this board's attention where we had a surplus in the capital reserve. We acknowledged that that had occurred. We took those funds, we used those to address some capital needs issues, and we'll continue to be as transparent as possible with our funding. Revisit campus level allocation formulas used in prior years. This has been implemented. Formulas now include a uniform base amount along with additional allocations per school ADM. In other words, not everybody gets the same funding. That doesn't make sense. So we're going to continue to make sure that occurs. 2.6, charge full mileage cost for athletic trips. We did not implement this. That's really somewhat of moving one line item to another line item. We did not think that this was worth the effort. It did not result in a cost savings for us. It was just moving different pots of money around. 2.7, hire a part-time courier to deliver mail and make bank deposits. So Town Bank actually offers us a service now. Well, they will pick up at no charge for us. We have not hired a full-time courier to go across the district at this point in time. Discontinue the practice of having finance staff enter requisitions. That's been implemented. Discontinue the practice of mailing purchase orders back to the requester. I can tell you as a former building level principal, that has been implemented, and we are thankful that we stopped the redundancy on that one. Begin paying invoices and issuing campus checks on a scheduled weekly basis rather than multiple times per week. This is implemented. We now write checks only on Friday. Replace the current system of having paying supplements based on percentage of current salary with a system where supplements are expressed in terms of hard dollars. Our board adopted in July of 2019. We got a handle on this. This allows us to project our budgets much better, and it allows us to have fixed cost. If you'd like me to explain that a little bit more, I can, but I'm going to touch on that a little bit. What we had is we had a supplement scale, and if the state gave a raise, our supplement scale was attached to the state raise, thereby always adding in unnecessary and hard to project increases into our budget. We have now made that into where it's 0 to 5, 6 to 10, and so on, so you get the increases. We all held our employees harmless, and we made those changes as well, and we continue to offer a robust supplement that is in line with Dare County, and that's our biggest challenger in the area, and better than Elizabeth City, which allows us as a bit of a recruiting tool. Phase out the use of dual employees. This is problematic here for us. I'm going to give you a short opinion on this one. I think the concern there is that our employees were double dipping and they're getting 60 hours worth of work, or they're getting 70 hours of work because they were working 2 jobs. Our custodial crew, our food service, maintenance, not necessarily maintenance, but TAs, we need people actually to do 2 jobs. We're short on bus drivers, and so we actually require TAs when possible to get their license. We're not incurring increased cost by having employees serving dual roles. They're not getting time and a half because they're serving dual roles. But I can understand why that might look like that if you're an outside group coming in, but that is not the same. We are not we are a right to work state, and so therefore we can work around some of these pieces and allow us to utilize our employees. But that is common practice in the Northeast and also throughout, although like Pitt County requires their employees be dual roles, for example. Conduct a physical inventory of equipment. We have done that and will continue to do that. That has been implemented and in process. A particular concern with like CTE, where you use federal Perkins funds. We do not want to get pinched by not having our inventory addressed properly. Work with new workman's comp to provide a more robust risk management program. This was implemented. We have done that and will continue to seek savings in this area. Rebid or reassess insurance coverages on a 5-year rotating schedule. This is implemented, and our next reassessment is scheduled to occur in spring of 2022. 3.1, reduce the span of control of the superintendent. I believe that when the Evergreen report was conducted, the previous superintendent had showed that pretty much the entire county, in terms of the central office and principals and so on, were reporting directly to the superintendent. I'm going to bump this down to 3.2 because I think there was a little bit of a mix here on these 2 items. Reclassify the assistant superintendent's position as a director. So there were 2 assistant superintendents. I was hired. Ms. Renee Dowdy was also hired. I can assure you that we will not be hiring an assistant superintendent to replace me. We do need to replace my previous position with the director of K-12 curriculum. We need to make sure that we're focused on what our core business is, and that is educating children, making sure that our kids are leaving our grade level in buildings and graduating, being able to read, write, and add at grade level. And we need to provide support in that area, and I'm going to touch on that when we take a look at our central office, size of central office, and so on. But again, we will not be hiring a second assistant superintendent. Which also goes back to the span of control of the superintendent. The building principals I will be conducting their evaluations along with some evaluations of our cabinet. Mrs. Dowdy will be conducting other evaluations within the cabinet. We're making sure that those processes are clean and clear. 3.3, eliminate 2.5 assistant principals, create a best practice staffing formula for CCS at the school level, and include this formula in district staffing plan. So I put on there implemented in process. So when I was the interim, before assuming this role, I had to make some changes at the high school level. One of the changes that I did make is I did reduce an assistant principal at the high school. We had 3 assistant principals at the high school. When you sit down, when you take the raw numbers and the raw data and what I used, I'm going to just give you 2 examples of how we're going to try to make decisions on how we staff. At Currituck County High School, there's a minimum 168 IEP or exceptional children's meetings. So by federal law, an administrator must sit through an IEP meeting. every one of those meetings must have a building principal or assistant principal or a district level personnel in those meetings. So that's 168. At the same time, a minimum 253 evaluations must also be conducted at the school level. State law requires, there's 3 different levels of teachers right now. There's a abbreviated evaluation. When Ms. Jarvis was a teacher, she would have been an abbreviated. She was a tenured teacher, and she would have been evaluated twice throughout the course of the year, and a third final eval would have been her cumulative evaluation. So that would be what you would almost consider normal. 1 in the first semester a year, 1 in the second, and you have a summative evaluation. That is a very small proportion of teachers in our district. The reason I'm explaining this to you is that I want you to understand the need for administrative support, and I want to make sure that we run lean, but we also have enough to run our buildings. A standard evaluation is 3 classroom evaluations conducted plus a final summative. So that's 4 on any teacher that has taught more than 2 years. And so you can have a veteran teacher who's taught 14 years but did not qualify tenured as a tenured teacher. And so that teacher requires 3 plus the summative. And I'm doing minimal because each evaluation, if you're doing it well, you're sitting down with that teacher and giving them quality feedback. Here's what went well. Here's what didn't go well. Where do you think you can improve? So those are 30 minutes. I'm not even including those in these numbers. Plus, with any newer teacher, you want to sit down before the meeting. I would not do that with a veteran teacher. I'd say, hey, what am I looking for, and so on and so forth. But I wanted to does that make sense? Okay. So comprehensive, that's 4 during the course of the year, plus a final summative as well. And so that's state law, and it goes into a system called the NESA system. So between the evaluations that you are required to conduct by the state and the IEP meetings that you are required to attend by federal law, you cannot conduct a meeting without an administrator there. That's 253 evals at the high school and 168. Now, that's still with I believe that is possible with the reduction of an assistant principal. That is more in line. I'm going to give you a Scarborough example. Scarborough is 161 evals and 151 IEP meetings. So I'm basically adding those numbers together and getting some sort of, so that it looks like the ratios are somewhat similar. When you look at JP-NAP, they do have a full-time principal and an assistant principal. They are also an early college with completely different way of operating than a typical school building. So that sometimes has been looked at as a position like, why is that assistant principal? That, again, heavy involvement with COA, everything's different, lots of moving around and so on. That really leaves us with a 0.5. And when you look at so if we take one of our small schools, let's take Griggs Elementary. They have 96 total evals and 42 IEP meetings and 1 principal. Standard school year is about 175 days. I'm trying to paint that picture. So there are basic administrative duties that need to occur outside of what we would term the days of the assistant principal dealing with discipline, and the teacher sitting in their and the principal sitting in their office going, waiting for something to come, or maybe checking this or checking that. Those days are gone. So your administrative staff is heavily involved. And I want to talk about that core business. We talked a little bit at our board meeting last Tuesday night about the concept of an instructional coach to help support teaching and learning and so on to go with the K-12. I can touch on that later. Any questions on the principal component? I think it's important that we make our decisions based on numbers rather than just how we feel or what we think it looks like. I think when we put those numbers down, I think it gives us a much better picture of what is going on. Which brings us to revitalize the strategic plan and develop ongoing process for monitoring the district's progress in achieving the plan's goals and objectives. This is imperative that this occurs. We will be having a board retreat in the upcoming months, and then once our retreat is complete, we look forward to working with our Board of Commissioners so we can ensure that this county has a vision moving forward for our schools and our community. With the growth that we have in our community, it's imperative that we are all speaking the same common language and working as strategic goals that our students and our community get the absolute finest education that we can. And again, I'm going to go back to our core business again, is teaching, learning, and we need to align our resources with student achievement that has end results that we share, and we have goals that we are not afraid to shoot for. Make program evaluation a core underpinning of our actions and program effectiveness. That's all part of a larger strategic plan. It's part of what we need to do. It's part of what we've talked about internally. And I can tell you just after our board meeting Tuesday night, some of those conversations started to shift in the district, in those school improvement teams around where our weaknesses are and where we can align our resources to help our kids. And I do thank this board for the support that you have given us over the years. In the county that we're in, we are a Tier 3 county, and you've heard that. There is a small group of us in the state that is heavily reliant on local funding that is not supported. We are not supported through the federal dollar the way other districts are, and that's a good thing, but it also places a large burden on us as a community and on you as Board of Commissioners. And I want to acknowledge that. Increase our overall transportation efficiency rating. So we'll continue to work on our transportation and shortening. I find it unacceptable that we put a child on a bus for 2 hours so that we can have a quality efficiency rating. So that our state, but we look forward to working with our Board of Commissioners and our Board of Ed so that everybody understands that if we have a good efficiency rating, it increases our bus transportation time, and we put as many kids on the bus as possible. We need to decide, is that the best thing for our kids and for our community? Is that what we want? Or if we only get a 90% and we lose $100,000, for example, from the state, do we say that a shorter bus ride is a better thing for our kids? But we need to have those open dialogue and communication so that we can land on what's efficient for the state may not be the best thing for our kids, and it may not be the best thing for our county. And our county offers challenges that most places don't have. When you are 50 miles with the combination of Corolla and Knott's Island, there are some significant challenges that we face. I think you might have heard my statement, we have actually put as much as 72 elementary students on a bus. So you can imagine how long that would take to load, pick up, and so on and so forth. But that was in the name of being efficient. Increased breakfast and lunch participation rates. This kind of goes with what I said earlier with the COVID-19. Right now, that's hard to necessarily address. Increased full price meal prices to be at or near the federal reimbursement level. That has been implemented. Improve the collection process of delinquent meal funds. That is in process. That continues to be a challenge. The people that we have actually tracking down to get delinquent meal funds want to take the large proportion, so we're not making up the difference like we would hope. Reduce the number of portables valued at more than $10,000 not being used as a classroom. This was implemented. The maintenance department has an ongoing process to identify fully depreciated modulars. Since the date of this memo, 4 have been sold and 3 have been scrapped. None of the modulars sold for more than $500. The modulars that we currently have on site, outside of the new ones that you've helped lease at Mayock Elementary School, many of them are in disrepair. They can't be moved. We can still use them where they're sitting, but when we try to move them, they fall apart. Implement existing facilities use fee schedules to charge for overhead and annually review the existing policy for potential changes. We want to make sure that outside entities are paying for our use of our facilities, and we want to make sure that is tight. At the same time, we're going to continue to work with Parks and Rec and our internal county users to make sure that they have access to our school buildings. Develop and maintain a comprehensive district technology plan. This has occurred. And a detailed disaster recovery plan. This is in process. And the last one is establish jointly quarterly meetings for both boards. Ben and I look forward to having our boards work together for the betterment of our community. Have any questions on the Evergreen report?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Yes, sir.
Very first recommendation, I know that some of the IEP programs are tied to the level of participation in the free lunch program to get the federal funding.
Yes.
How is this giving everybody free lunches impacting that funding? Is they holding that harmless, or?
It's a great question, Owen. What I've done is I've talked to other superintendents in the region, and some of the concern across the state is the number of people actually applying is down everywhere. Mm-hmm. And so there's very likely going to have to be a federal waiver to kind of probably go back to I'm guessing the 2018, 2019 numbers when we come out of all this. If not, most people's participation rates have almost halved. They've gone in half because they haven't had to fill anything out. Does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. One last question. On recommendation 3-4, the revitalization of the strategic plan, I know there's been counties in this state in the past that have had what they call education summits, where they involve parents, business owners, and along with the Board of Commissioners and the Board of Education, and have meetings around the county just to see what the people are thinking about.
It is imperative, Owen, that we do that. We have got to reach out and make sure our families are involved, our business community, this board. We need to gather input to build that plan. It will not be built by 3 people in a room and put it on a website and say we have a strategic plan. Those plans are doomed to fail. I believe this board had a conversation around Catawba County as well. I did reach out to their superintendent. I connected with him to take a look at what work they have done. They are a bit larger than we are, but we could certainly gather and learn from some of the things they've done. So his number is now on my cell phone, and once we map how we're moving forward, he'll be one of the people we speak to.
Yeah, I had a copy of plan that they put together from having that summit approach.
One of the values of me attending meetings is picking up on things, that conversation with Catawba. I mean, that's invaluable.
Dr. Lutz, what's the vision for the curriculum director? Or is that right, or is it director of curriculum?
K through 12 curriculum director.
Ah, I was right.
You're correct.
I'm going to bump into the central office position a bit. So when you have a chart.
If you'd like me to wait for that, I'm happy to.
Yeah, let me come back.
Okay, that's fine. Okay? I got it written down.
Yes. Great. Okay. Discussion of central office positions. You have that is not the, we went back and forth, spent a lot of time preparing for this. Actually, I'm working on this for a number of months because you got to kind of, what's the message and how do we best go about this? And so we can talk about comparing ourselves to similar sized districts. We can talk about comparing ourselves to neighboring districts and so on and so forth. Kind of moved off of that, and I just want to walk you through what we're required to do and what a basic central office would look like in pretty much any school district, and talk about funding and talk about a director of curriculum position and come back for questions. So by law, we're required to have a board of education, a superintendent, and a finance officer. That's it. By law. What's that? So there are many departments, and also when we examine school districts from Terrell County to counties that look just like us and so on and so forth, most had all of these positions: an assistant superintendent, a director of human resources, information technology, maintenance and facilities, transportation, and I don't mind shying away from that. We have a director of transportation now. We have a county our size. We need to have a full-time director of transportation. That is what I repurposed the high school assistant principal into. I took that position and moved to director of transportation. That is an essential position in a county with 10 schools and 4,300 kids. School and nutrition.
I'm sorry. Where is that on the this?
Which one?
Operations director.
So the Director of Transportation is the Operations Director?
No, it's below Transportation Coordinator, underneath Operations Director.
Okay, so the Director of Transportation is the Transportation Coordinator?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
You're killing me.
I'm sorry. Worked on a lot of these. I got it. All right. Exceptional children, federal programs. I've been running federal programs as when I was in the assistant superintendent role. I've continued to run federal programs. I cannot continue to serve in that capacity at the same time. We do not get enough money from federal dollars to supplement the federal programs director's salary. Many districts, they fund a person just to run that. So they can get half the salary from those federal funds. We don't receive enough. We take all of those dollars, and all of those dollars, we get about a little over $500,000, they go directly back into the schools. They are in form of teachers and reading specialists that work directly with kids rather than spend that money elsewhere. Curriculum instruction, we do not have that. I did serve in that role, largely in the K-8 capacity for several years. I'm trying to juggle that role with many others. And again, the fact that our kids are not all in school and so on and so forth have allowed some of that. But in order to support our core mission, we're going to have to support the area of teaching and learning. Student services, that ranges from everything from nurses, school safety, LEP, McKinney-Vento, which is homeless. Believe it or not, we have had a number of homeless children in our county, along with gifted education. We do not have a communications director. I put that on there. Many do have that. Another great role that Larry's not communications, but he does an amazing job for our county and making sure that you people know what's going on. Career and Tech Ed, that's CTE, Power School and Student Data Management, and a pre-K program required by the state. So I want to assure you that as the superintendent, I want to align our resources, and I like a lean central office. So a central office employee would be someone who's a 12-month employee that has a job that stretches across the county and has supervisory duties. So an instructional coach is a 10-month employee and does not have supervisory duties. So people with supervisory duties are people that I mentioned that are on the blue chart. They have supervisory duties out, and the board supervises me. So the pre-K coordinator, we don't have a choice. We do not have a choice, and we have to operate preschools by state and federal law. And so again, my early career was spent in a district that was really lean. I have no problem, but it was also about aligning your limited resources towards student achievement, which goes back to you can't move your performance unless you are watching and measuring and nurturing what impacts student learning. And that is the teacher in the classroom, and that's the support they get. And high-performing districts support those things, support teaching and learning through direct support through usually a curriculum coach, the right curriculum coach. When I say the right one, it's someone who was an outstanding teacher, someone who was results-driven, someone who knows how to work with other teachers and knows how to work with adults. They are also not supervisors. That is the role of a principal or assistant principal. But they are the ones on the ground working with our teachers, because while our principals are in meetings, IEP meetings, conducting evaluations and so on, there's other work that needs to go on as well. That K-12 director of curriculums would oversee these curriculum coaches, would oversee that we are providing a curriculum that would be acceptable for all children and for consumption by all.
Okay, is that the director of curriculum position?
Yes.
Okay. You're confusing me, just letting you know. So when you say in charge of the curriculum, what does that mean?
It's a great question. So in charge of the curriculum, so the state sets forth, here is what you are supposed to teach in 5th grade math. Standards. And so in what should be a quality education for all would mean that what is being taught in 5th grade math at Jarvisburg looks very similar to the 5th grade math at Marriott Elementary School within a relatively same time frame. So you need to make sure that you have a robust curriculum guide and robust supports. I will tell you that when the Common Core curriculum was implemented in 2011, 2012, it was not supported by the state, and it was not supported through the Race to the Top. The textbooks were taken away. Promises with robust online resources were going to be given. Things were going to be available on the cloud. Things were going to be free. Everything was going to be wonderful. We'll all get Chromebooks. That did not occur. And so in lieu of that, we needed to rebuild what our mapping looks like and what our curriculum looks like, so we have supports built into there. For example, in the past 3 years, we added Open Up to our middle school math program. And it is an actual curriculum that's aligned with North Carolina standards. Teachers that have followed that curriculum have had outstanding results on state administered tests. Teachers that have not, it stands out. So, but we also are provided to provide that direct support to our teachers and through our principals, and that curriculum person would be the person that oversees that type of work. I did some of that work as the assistant superintendent. I can no longer continue to do that. I did a tremendous amount of that work as an assistant superintendent. I cannot continue to do that role with as many things as that we have going on in our county in terms of growth, in terms of my other obligations, and so on and so forth. It's not about me, it's about our kids.
So I guess my question is the role of that position to create curriculum or to identify the curriculum that has already been done by a lot smarter people than at least amongst the commissioners?
It's to identify which curriculum we should be implementing. So the standards are what we are supposed to be teaching, and now how do we support the standards? That person will oversee to make sure that not only we're supporting it, but it's also being implemented through a variety of different checks.
Would they also be in charge of facilitating staff development and professional development?
Yes. They would be in charge of the overarching view. So in staff learning, staff development, and that person is solely dedicated to that. It allows, and I would free them up so that the energies are placed around where we want our outcomes to be. It's difficult if you don't have someone to oversee the work and also to support those curriculum coaches that are in the building and on the ground to make sure that it occurs.
So I'm used to in the past, not necessarily here, but getting community involvement. And I mean, math is fairly simple, right? A curriculum for math is fairly simple, but it almost goes to the lesson plans, for example. So it's tremendous value in reducing the workload on the specific teachers, right? Because that planning is typically already done. But when you start getting into some of the humanity programs and things, is there any community involvement in helping pick curriculums, or is it done at the White House? And
so,
and if it's not, I would encourage you to consider that, because right? Again, you're in service delivery, and maybe some people may not like, the curriculum. There's been communities throughout that have had issues with some of the curriculums. I'm not aware of that being a problem in Currituck in the past, but you get buy-in from the community, right? Which I think
an understanding is key. And again, coming back to the concept of bringing community members, this board, the Board of Ed, into those discussions, say, here's where our goal, here's what we want our kids to know. When they walk out of Currituck County schools, here's what they've received. Here's what this looks like. Here's what a high-quality education is, and here's what we can expect from a Currituck grad. Part of that is what courses that are offered and what they take. And I'm going to delve into a little bit with our CTE, becoming clear about which courses should we be offering, which ones are kids signing up for, and then which courses should we keep and which ones maybe we shouldn't keep. And those are some tough conversations, but you don't make that in isolation from the White House.
So if I understand what you're saying is you're looking for consistency, because we've got these different elementary schools funneling students into 2 middle schools and then a high school, so that everybody's kind of on the same page when they get to the middle school.
Yes.
So that we don't have remedial classes trying to catch one group of students up with another group.
You're I couldn't have said it any better. We need to have a symphony playing and reduce the chaos. We've got to send our kids off when they hit middle school, and when middle school hits high school, we've got to have these kids ready to go, and so that they can read, write, and add at grade level. And last thing is that the state only gives us $526,000 for central office. That's it. They have not really increased that in 20 years. That's not unique to North Carolina. That's largely a national piece that occurred, and so that burden is then placed back on local governments. In particular, a county like ours, it's even more emphatic when it's placed on here because we try to maximize all of our dollars. We'll take federal dollars, we'll take any state that we can, but unfortunately, local government ends up taking an undue burden on central office services. And that's another thing. I want to refer to us not as central office, but central services. I want to get the idea that we're an office. We should be serving. We should be supporting our staff. We should be supporting our community, supporting our principals. We should not be an office. We should be serving.
Dr. Lutz, I want to say thank you for coming up tonight. You've been a breath of fresh air for certain. Just your ability to articulate what's going on so we know what's going on. And I'm sure your board feels the same way. But thank you for presenting to us tonight and helping clear some of the fog. It's very
You're
refreshing.
welcome. I appreciate the opportunity, and I do enjoy coming to your meetings. I feel like it helps, being able to connect the dots as to where we need to be as a community so that you can see in our relationship working together as well, it's healthy so that we can get us all working towards the same goals, which is best for this community. I know your passion. I hear it at your meetings, and we have the same passion as well.
Any other questions from the board?
I'd just like to say, reiterate what Commissioner White said. I mean, you guys do a great job. I'm at the schools every day. They do a good job from A to Z, so I know it's a challenge, but keep up the good work, and you do have a lot of good people in those spots. So, like I said, we appreciate it.
So three of the things that you touched on that I liked hearing, well, one of them had to do with the length of time kids are spending on the school buses. Mm-hmm. I can categorically tell you that as a parent who's had kids spend a long time on the school bus, I think that's something that's certainly, I don't know where that plays in the budget, but I'm fairly certain this board would be supportive of, whatever we can do to help with that. With that said, I know there was a discussion with Bobby Hanig and Bob Steinberg over the Knott's Island affecting or whatever. Have we continued to have those discussions?
No, but that is sitting, it is actually, I pulled the letters that went to Bobby and Senator Steinberg. I'm going to consolidate that down to tighter bullet points so that it just was fairly clear. Hopefully it can get added on at some point to a bill.
Another thing that I brought up with them that we'd had discussions in the past is that, correct me as I go astray, the county is not reimbursed on a state level for the humanities, or many of them. Your music director, your choir director, those are all funded and paid for out of local funding.
That's correct.
Our last commissioners meeting, no, I guess it was the legislative work session, I reminded Bobby Hanig and Bob Steinberg that those costs are, we consider that to be essential to a quality education. Consequently, I implored them to consider figuring out how to get that added into a state-paid position, which would help alleviate that financial burden off of Currituck County. So
that would be great. We also make sure that we try to make sure the local dollar goes the furthest, and so we take any employee that we can and apply them to state.
Any other questions for Dr. Lutz? If not, Dr. Lutz, again, I would like to thank you for coming and presenting to the board. I know this board looks forward to working with the Board of Education our staff, your staff, working together to take care of our students in this county. And I do want to thank the Board of Education Chair, Karen Etheridge, for showing up tonight. It's an honor to have you in the audience tonight, so thank you for showing up. And with that, thank you again.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is public hearings. And I would like to make a comment before we get started into that. We have a couple items that are going to require some swearing in. So after the first item A, I am going to ask, we're going to take a short recess so that the county manager we can let the audience clear out and the county manager can go check to see if anybody else wants to come in for the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I don't think we had anybody that had to wait outside tonight. The
Okay,
crowd
you
was
don't
small
have
enough.
anybody, I don't have anybody signed up. I just didn't know if anybody come in late or not, but we can do a quick check
Yep.
while they're recessing. Then we'll move directly into the next item. So that being said, the first item under public hearing is PB 20-14, Currituck Water and Sewage LLC, wastewater treatment. Currituck Water and Sewage LLC is requesting a major utility use permit to operate a wastewater treatment facility at 287 Greenview Road. The treatment facility location includes identification parcel numbers 0015-000-084A-000 through 000-015-00-084D-000, 0015-000-081-000, and 0016-000-001A-000 in the Moyock Township. I would ask, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, so I would ask anyone who wishes to speak on this matter, because of the COVID situation, I'd ask just to stand up in place, and if it's appropriate, we'll just raise your right hand and get you sworn in, just to meet the guidelines. So with that being said, anybody who's intended to provide witness tonight on this matter, if you would stand up and in your place right there and just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the information you present tonight will be the truth? We got. Oh, you okay there? Okay. Okay. Do you solemnly swear the information you provide tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Okay. Thank you. All right. Next, I believe the county manager, Ben Steckel, will be presenting this. Start off with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to kind of tee this up a little bit. Laurie LaCicero is going to make a brief presentation of any changes that have occurred. She did a very in-depth presentation of the staff report at the last meeting. So she's just going to hit the highlights and things that have changed potentially since the last time that she was in front of the board. And then from there we can move right into applicant testimony. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. LaCicero.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, County Manager. This is the use permit for the Currituck Water and Sewer LLC, a wastewater treatment facility located at Eagle Creek. Just to bring everybody just a brief reminder of why we're here. Currituck Water and Sewer is requesting a use permit to expand their service area and service more than just the Eagle Creek neighborhood. So included in this is the golf course parcels and also the parcel that contains the wastewater treatment plant. For the use permit, there are essentially 3 parts to this wastewater treatment facility: the plant itself, the disposal area, and of course the collection system that is within the Eagle Creek neighborhood. It is zoned ag, full service in the land use plan, the 2006 land use plan, but limited service in the Moyock small area plan and the soils of this area here. Once again, the Moyock small area plan. So Staff met with the applicant and their consultant about the issues that they wanted to address since our November meeting. They have addressed some of the staff's concerns about this use permit for a major utility to serve more than just the Eagle Creek neighborhood. So they eliminated, this was their original approval, and can I have the mouse?
You can try.
There it is. This property right here is designated as rural in the 2006 land use plan and also in the Moyock Small Area Plan. They removed that from their service area. So they removed that. This is a schematic of the neighborhood along with an overhead of the wastewater treatment plant. I didn't make, sorry, I wanted to get, they also submitted a list of improvements that they were planning to make to a scope of improvements. One, to address their DEQ problems. Another one is just to improve the reliability, service, and treatment levels of the plant. And that is going to be $775,000 to address the compliance issues, $850,000 to address some of the reliability and service and treatment levels in the plant, and then $2.35 million to address the vacuum collection system within the Eagle Creek neighborhood. So they did submit this list. So briefly, let's go over this really quickly. Improve the existing wastewater treatment plant to allow to treat up to, is designed, 350,000 gallons per day. To effluent is disposed of, an infiltration pond on the wastewater treatment plant parcel, and irrigation on the Eagle Creek Golf Course. The neighboring development's wastewater would not go into the Eagle Creek collection system. It would be pumped directly to the plant. This is just the first step for this applicant. They do have to go through the DEQ and the North Carolina Utilities Commission as well for approval. And this would benefit, the applicant would like to be able to serve more than just Eagle Creek, so that then they could spread the cost out for the repairs and not be borne by the Eagle Creek neighborhood alone. They are proposing to include the house development and the floor property, and both of those projects will be showing that effluent treated wastewater or groundwater could be used to dispose of that. And for right now, this application before you does not show that off-site disposal. So if they hit their limit, then they'll have to come back and amend this use permit. So a use permit has to meet the 4 following standards. It will not endanger the public health or safety, will not injure the value of adjoining or budding lands, and will be in harmony with the area in which it is located. The use will be in conformity with the land use plan or other officially adopted plans. It will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities. There are policies, again, that we went over at the previous one, policy AG3, policy WS3. You can see how we have, with their new proposal, or with their revised proposal, eliminating the rural area in the land use plan, we've eliminated some concerns that the staff has with this. Policy PP3, policy ED2, policy CW1. I read these to you last time, so. And these are policies from this Moyock Small Area Plan. However, the Moyock Small Area Plan does not identify this area as an activity center or where we should focus new growth and development, and that's an issue. So we did change our recommendation, but we still do have concerns. The plant has been in a state of disrepair since at least 2010, when the applicant's own engineer did an assessment. They do have active violations with the DEQ. we're very concerned about adding additional developments to a plant. It's already it's already in violation, and we all know that the collection system in Eagle Creek has got its issues. Once again, what they submitted for improvements to this. They have addressed some of our concerns. So staff and I, we sat down and we have concerns about having a major utility being able to extend sewer to other areas. There are pros and cons, so we made a list for you guys of those items. And pros, yes, economically, it is better to just have one central plant treating the sewer for Eagle Creek and Falls, and potentially a Flora project, rather than having multiple plants. The potential to repair the deficiencies and address Eagle Creek concerns for their collection system. Cost savings to Eagle Creek property owners to keep rates affordable for them if it's spread over other users.
Ms. Solicitor, can I pause you there for a second? So that third bullet point, you hit on the cost savings, which just disappeared. Just to be clear, there's two different things happening here, right? So the problems that Eagle Creek is currently facing with their collection system, that cost would not be shared among new users. Is that correct? Those repairs. That's only to fix the plant itself, not their problems with their system currently. Is that correct?
That would be a question for the applicant.
Okay.
Because I don't think that's the way I understand it, but.
All right, because they've excluded that $2.35 million. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
And so I just want to make sure that the residents of Eagle Creek and everyone else understands what that cost savings actually applies to. And is it in fact just the repairs of the plant itself, or is it the overall picture there in Eagle Creek, which is big?
Yes, that is very significant. That would be a good question for the applicant.
All right, thank you.
Right. The cons to this is that this is not in a targeted growth area of the Moyock Small Area Plan. It was limited service in the Moyock Small Area Plan. And although the land use plan does encourages public utility expansion, what about private utility expansion? Is this an area that the board wants to see a private utility grow and be servicing areas outside the original subdivision? They're promising to repair the wastewater treatment plant to bring that into compliance. The county has had limited success with the same company for the Moyock regional plan.
Mr. Cicero?
Yes.
I find that statement to be a little disingenuous. So I don't know who wrote that statement, but we know that the problem with Moyock is not the operator, don't we? I mean, we're fairly certain the plant is a miserable design, that our, best, innovation that was a failure from almost the day it opened is the testimony that I've had, or that this board has received from county engineers and operators. So, to zing them for that plant being poorly designed, I don't find to be that is not a fair statement.
Fair enough.
If I could add too, to zing them, I guess, was it EnviroTech owned it before EnviroLink took it over? I know myself and Commissioner Etheridge went and met with the guys from EnviroLink at ours. They kind of inherited a 30-year-old car that had a lot of duct tape on it.
To speak to Commissioner or Vice Chairman, got to get used to that, Beaumont's point, there were definitely, and we spoke at numerous lengths about the challenges that our Moyock plant, our plant, has faced.
If I may, I don't know if you've been sworn.
Oh.
If you're going to consider anything the county manager has to say in this case, he would need to be sworn as well.
County Manager, please stand up, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the information you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
So the design has definitely been a challenge, and this would be a question for the applicant. I do think that they have struggled even on our plant, as we all do in this area with, as we've talked about with operators, and we talked about that in the local legislation, I think, with, or I've talked about it with our representatives about trying to find qualified operators because of our geographic area. So I think there's I see the vice chair's point, but I see Ms. LaCicero's point as well. I think that they have had their own challenges as the operator of our plant, which I think that they could probably speak to some of those same challenges that they faced on the Eagle Creek plant as well.
I'd like to also say, at the Moyock plant, they've been there now, what, a little over a year, almost a year?
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years, trying to correct a problem that is 10 years old, almost 10 years old. At Eagle Creek, they've been there less than 6 months trying to correct a problem that has been 15 years in the making. I don't know that we can hold that accountable to them for something that they're coming in and trying to correct somebody else's mistakes. Has there been issues that has occurred? Yes, but I don't know that it's all that they're doing, and I don't know if it's really consideration of something for us to make this decision tonight.
And the other thing I would throw out there is, at our last meeting, I believe we voted to basically construct a new Moyock plant, not repair the one that they've been trying. I mean, we made a decision because that design is flawed and is extremely labor intensive, and so I got a hard time zinging them for, basically what is inherently a design flaw.
Ms. LaCicero, can I ask, even if you take out the concern that, that Vice Chair Beaumont has voiced, maybe I'm missing something, but your TRC is recommending approval and you're showing us pros and cons, and the cons far outnumber the pros. Can you explain your rationale then for approval? Are you putting more weight on the pros than you are the cons?
Yes, we're putting more weight on the pros that it's ecologically and economically better to have one central treatment plant than multiple plants. That one and the potential to solve a problem for citizens of ours that are facing at Eagle Creek. So this is when I say technically, if we go back to the use permit standards, the use will not endanger the public health or safety. And the use will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands, and use being conforming with the land use plan or other officially adopted plans, and the use will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities. Typically, staff gives input on 2 of those use permit standards, that the use is in conformity with the land use plan or other adopted plans. This proposal is in an area of full service in the 2006 land use plan. It is in an area of limited service in the 2006 the Moyock Small Area Plan. I'm sorry, it's in the limited service in the Moyock Small Area Plan. That is one of the policies is to, I can get back to it, sorry. Currituck County endorses utility extension policies that focus water and sewer services within existing developed areas and nearby target growth areas, identifies full service and limited service. So where development densities would make the provision of public services more efficient. So those 2, in my mind, those two parts of that one policy outweighs some of our other concerns.
Including the soil issues?
Including the soil issues. Because if you're on sewer, now then you're not having to worry about septic, then you don't have to worry about the soil treating, the sewage. So that's less concerning to staff. So the potential pressure, once again, adding additional service area to a plant that has had issues. Potential pressure for more users, which is more essentially would be more residential development, to be needed to offset any additional costs, and that the Moyock Smile Area Plan recognizes water and sewer service has significant influence on growth and require consideration to be given to placement and proposed utilities in perspective to desired growth patterns. This could be used for a higher density and higher intensity development in some of the areas in their service area. So let me go back to the service area. I'm sorry for lots of clicking. The commercial, or the area here between Survey Road, Foster's already has approval of 479 units. Flora was denied or did not pass, but there's been a pre-application meeting requested for another development at this property. Staff is concerned that if this utility is granted, that it could put development pressure on some of these surrounding areas, not in the service area. So, I mean,
What would prevent those areas developing and putting their own private treatment plants in?
what would prevent them?
Oh,
If they wanted to incur the responsibility and expense, they could do that.
So how does that square with the pro that we need one plant?
How does that square? Well,
We either have one plant or we're going to have multiple plants.
right. So you, right. And is this where you, the Board of Commissioners, want to have a major utility serving sewer?
I mean, we already have a school there. We already have a golf course there. We already have a restaurant there. We already have 440 homes there. I mean, I don't see how that's limited service. I know we've discussed this in the small area plan or whatever, and I was on the board at that time when that was done, and I might be wrong, but I swear I thought that was part of that. I mean, I don't understand how 440 homes at a school and a golf course and a restaurant doesn't classify as limited service, but I don't know.
So, based on the weight of the pros, TRC and the changes that they submitted with removing the rural area from their service area and addressing very thorough how they're going to scope of services and scope of improvements, we do recommend approval of this with adhering to the following conditions. The DEQ and permit approval and utility commission approval for the wastewater facility wastewater treatment facility improvements and service area must be provided prior to building permit approval. Change the name of the service district to avoid conflict with county services. That may not be feasible at this point because they have so many documents in the name of Currituck Water and Sewer. The major utility shall not treat more than is permitted, 350,000 gallons per day of wastewater without an amendment to this use permit, and that to be consistent with the land use plan and the Moyock Smile Area Plan, the plan will not serve rural designated properties or designations of a similar extremely low density nature in the land use plan or Moyock Smile Area Plan now or in the future. So that's my presentation.
Any questions from the board, Ms. Cicero? If not, thank you, Ms. Cicero, and I'll invite the applicant to please come forward. And please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Greg Wills. I'm an attorney. I'm representing Currituck Water and Sewer LLC, the applicant. In this case, I was supposed to be here last time. I'm the guy who came down with COVID, and I appreciate you all continuing that hearing.
Happy to see you.
Right.
Well, I'm told by DSS that I am like Iron Man. I can't give it to anybody, and I can't get it. That's what they say. My physicians released me. So anyway, I appreciate y'all continuing it. I'm here primarily, I did watch a videotape. I saw what Mr. McCree said with regard to the process here. I'm here primarily to introduce the experts, and I'll just go ahead and name them. You're going to hear from Mark Bissell, who is the engineer that's been hired by my clients to assist them in complying with the UDO. He's very familiar with the plant and the process and the history of it. You will then hear from Mr. Mike Myers, who is the president of the applicant LLC. He's also the president of EnviroLink. Mr. Myers is also a qualified expert in wastewater management, wastewater design, wastewater maintenance. And so you're going to hear from him, and then we will present to you the testimony from Mr. Steve Currituck. Another person most of y'all probably know, Mr. Currituck, is an appraiser, and he's going to talk about the land use valuations. And so I'm here primarily to introduce them, to establish, qualify them as experts, and as Mr. McCree said, you need to rely on their testimony in considering this application. But I do want to quickly kind of set the groundwork here as I listen to the colloquy between you all and Ms. Lo Cicero. EnviroLink does not, and nor does Currituck Water and Sewer, own the existing plant. Sadler LLC, it's Sadler Utilities.
Excuse me one second. Could somebody please take care of your phones out there? Turn them off or mute them, please. Thank you. I'm sorry. Please.
So Sadler Utilities at Mill Run LLC is the owner of the plant. The plant is now 20 years old. As you know, it is just as you said. It's like a automobile that's in desperate need of repair. My clients are proposing to come in and make structural repairs to the existing plant. And those repairs are desperately needed. In fact, I think a proper analogy here is if you think about this as being a vehicle, the vehicle for the past 20 years has not been properly maintained. It is now worn out, and it is in need of repair. My client proposes to repair, restore, and upgrade the engine. But I also think it's important, as you talk about the other points that you all were talking about from Ms. Lo Cicero, the county retains the ability to operate the brake pedal and the gas pedal on the land surrounding this plant. If you approve development and you approve additional things, that will be your call in the future as it's made. And so my client really isn't here when we talk about compliance with the UDO requiring you to approve future development of any of the surrounding lands. The other key point that I think is important to note is that the Utility Commission it sounds like you all have a deep history in plant use and management, but the Utility Commission writes the regulations, they establish the rules. I think it's fair to say that the Utility Commission writes the rules of the road and puts a speed limit, if we're using that analogy. In any event, with regard to the four elements, there's under your UDO, when you consider a conditional use permit, the first is will the use endanger public health or safety? Fixing the existing plant or restoring it will obviously not endanger that. The second point is that will the use injure the adjoining value or abutting lands? I think quite obviously fixing the existing plant, because we're not changing the footprint of the existing plant. We're just going to restore it and repair it. It will not affect the abutting lands. And when the third and fourth factor about the use being in conformity with a land use plan that Mr. McCord talked about, or the use exceeding the ability to provide adequate public facilities of schools, fire and rescue, obviously fixing the plant doesn't affect those things. Approving, as you will decide to do, whether to develop the surrounding area may or may not, but its compliance with those plans will be on the developer for that property. So that's just a summary. That's the theme of what we're going to talk about. And I'll introduce the first witness now, Mr. Mark Bissell. And I guess I'm just going to establish some foundational questions for him as a witness.
And again, if you just state your name and address for the record.
He wants to be admitted as an expert.
Okay, let's do that. Just please state your name, Mr. Bissell, full name.
Mark Bissell.
What do you do, Mr. Bissell?
I'm an engineer, a professional engineer.
Mr. Bissell, tell us a little bit about your educational background.
I have a degree in civil engineering from Duke University. I have numerous ongoing continuing education classes, courses, and so forth to keep my license current each year.
If you would, tell me a little bit about your practical work experience, specifically with the wastewater treatment plants and compliance issues within the Currituck County UDO.
Well, I've been a licensed engineer practicing since 1982, have been practicing in Currituck County since 1984. Our first development project here was Crawl Light, where we designed and permitted a wastewater treatment facility as well as designed.
Excuse me 1 second. We're still having a phone issue out there. We need to make sure all cell phones are turned off, please. I'd rather not hear that happen again if we could. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Bissell.
Mr. Bissell, I'm going to show you a document that's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. Can you identify that for me?
That's a curriculum vitae.
All right. Is that a true and accurate summary of your background, training, and experience?
It's kind of a brief summary, but it generally shows what I've been doing the last 40 years.
Mr. Bissell, well, actually, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Bissell's resume be admitted and made part of the record, and I have multiple copies here that I can pass around to you all, just so you can review and consider his
Okay,
background experience.
yep, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Bissell, is this what was marked and handed out as Exhibit 1? A true and accurate summary of your educational background and professional experience in the fields about which you're testifying today?
It is.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that Mr. Bissell be allowed to testify as an expert in the applicant before this body.
No objections from the board? Okay.
And I'm going to let Mr. Bissell from here present to you the record and show you a PowerPoint presentation of the matters that he thinks are relevant to the issues to be considered by you.
Thank you. Well, this is just an overview of the key points of the presentation, who the applicant is, what the characteristics of the existing facility are, what some of the operating issues are there, what the proposed facility with its capital investment will be, what the wastewater service area is intended to be, what some of the advantages to this are. I want to talk to you about the summary of the community meetings and the staff comments, and then kind of go through the use permit criteria. The applicant is Currituck Water and Sewer, which is an entity that was established for the purpose of acquiring and overseeing wastewater systems about 1.5 years ago. That is the company that will invest the capital and has the capital partners that will invest in the system. EnviroLink is the operations affiliate, which has been operating water and sewer systems since 1997 across North Carolina and other states. They have been assisting the county with improving the performance of the Moyoc treatment plant, as we touched on earlier, which I understand is now operating better than it ever has. Just a little bit on Mike Myers, who heads up both entities. He has a master's degree in biological engineering. He is a former state regulator, and he has been operating systems for 23 years now. The existing Eagle Creek facility is rated at 300 size for 350,000 gallons per day. There are actually various components of that system that have various ratings in its current status that provides primary and secondary treatment, followed by tertiary filtration, ultraviolet disinfection. Then it is disposed of in one of two ways, either golf course irrigation, which is actually a reclaimed water system or high-rate infiltration. It's currently able to run at 175,000 gallons per day without any expansion of those components. Average usage last year was 53,000 gallons a day for Eagle Creek, so it's running at about 30% of its current capacity and about 15% of its ultimate capacity of 350. The county actually has a copy of a report that we prepared back in 2010 showing the details kind of component by component. The current service area is nearly completely built out, so the flow rate is not actually expected to increase in Eagle Creek itself. So the 30% of current capacity and 15% of ultimate capacity is not expected to change much unless the service area changes. So this gives you an overview of the treatment site. On the bottom is the control building and parking area. Above it are the main part of the treatment plant, which is the aeration and clarification area that are rated at 350,000 gallons. To the left of that is a tertiary filter. The blowers and disinfection equipment are actually inside the control building, and there is a standby generator that can operate all critical components of the plant during a power outage. This provides an overview of the disposal area. There's a large irrigation pond, which is in this area. And there is also separately an infiltration pond here. So the irrigation pond is permitted for 321,000 gallons a day. 262,000 of those gallons are currently in place. The infiltration pond is rated at 90,000 gallons. And then off-site, but not shown here, there's land reserved at the Foss property that was modeled at a 200,000 gallon infiltration rate in connection with that development. So if this permit is approved, we'll be asking for Foss to connect to this utility, but we'll be keeping the disposal site at Foss for use by this regional utility for disposal of either effluent and or groundwater. There have been some operating issues that some of which everybody's well aware of. There have been a failure of the vacuum system. There have been some treatment issues with repairs needed. We understand that the tertiary filter is back online now, but still does need additional work. There are collection system upgrades that are needed to address the vacuum system reliability. There is renewal and rehabilitation of the infiltration pond that will need to take place, and there's a plan in progress to get that done. There was ammonia recently detected in a monitoring well, which is a new development. There is a plan that has been provided to DEQ to determine the source of that, and it's interesting because the ammonia level that's being detected in the monitoring well is way higher than what's coming out of the plant. So there's a theory that it's actually not coming from the plant. It's coming from some other source like the golf course or woody vegetation that's decaying or something else. But there is a plan to address that. We should note that there are actually different effluent standards for the two disposal options. So if effluent is not clean enough to spray on the golf course, it still can be infiltrated through the infiltration pond. So there's a system that manages that and to help determine where that effluent needs to go.
Mr. Bissell, if I can, you'd mentioned in the previous slide the vacuum system issues. You're just pointing out the problems with the plant. That is not part of you're not planning on addressing that in your proposal tonight to deal with the vacuum system. Is that correct?
Well, we are proposing a budget for that, yes.
Okay. I just want to be clear because it was a little foggy as to whether that was part of this process this evening or not. Okay. Thank you.
So a plan has been developed, preliminary plan for proposed future upgrades. And I don't know that I'll need to go through every item on the list. I think you have the details in your packet, but there are repairs that are needed to the existing system. There's reliability, a SCADA system that is proposed to be installed to improve notification and reliability. Additional disposal areas will be constructed that will improve system reliability. The blowers will be upsized for improved air to the system, improved electrical controls. The current driveway is rutted out and in poor condition. Additional disinfection is proposed to be added to the plant. And down the road in an anoxic tank, the plant is actually not a nitrogen removal plant, and eventually we feel that that's going to be needed. And then the irrigation system controls and nozzles will need to be upgraded. So the proposed service area is Eagle Creek, Foss and Flora tracks that adjoin it. The commercial area along Survey Road that's already zoned for GB that adjoins those properties. And then we have removed the tract to the west, which is actually not required for financial viability of this proposal.
May I ask a question before you proceed? So one of the things that was in the packet was the reliance, I guess, on Flora. Is that a deal breaker if Flora is not rezoned? What happens to this long-range plan? What's the long-range plan if that's not rezoned?
I'll let the applicant address that, but my understanding is that it can work without the Flora property. It certainly works better with the Flora property. So this shows you the overview. As Ms. LoCicero pointed out, this property to the west was removed, so there's no property in the rural land use classification. It's all full service and limited service at this stage. By the way, the area in yellow shows the existing Eagle Creek service area. The areas in red showed the Foss, Flora, and adjacent GB zoned areas. The areas in green are actually part of the county's wastewater service area. So, as Ms. LoCicero stated, the short-term repair budget is $75,000, and that's to take care of critical items that have to do with state mandates, the long-term investment. The total is $2.35 million, of which $600,000 are proposed to go into the plant itself, $250,000 into the irrigation system, and there is a budget of $1.5 million for improving the collection system.
Mr. Bissell, and I'm reading here too that it looks like that these can be completed within the 24-month span if approved. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
The entire thing, the Eagle Creek collection system as well? And that seems like ambitious. I guess we'll find out from the applicant themselves, but.
So some of the advantage to the customers is that these costs are spread over a larger customer base. They will, over the long term, keep rates flatter. The rates tend to go up, but they won't go up as quickly with the larger base. We have now an experienced system owner whose primary business is water and sewer operations rather than a side business. You know, you have a developer-owned utility, and developer-owned utilities are not operated with the same degree of care typically as a professional water and sewer operations company. the company is incentivized by the Utilities Commission to make repairs and keep them up to date. And we have additional redundancy of disposal operations for future operations. We did have 3 community meetings, and they were pretty well attended. You have the details of the meetings in your packets, but these are the comments that we heard most often. What concern about rates? Will this benefit the rates? There's repairs that are needed that aren't being made quickly enough. What will the impacts on the existing collection system be? And of course, there are none, because we're totally bypassing the collection system with the offsite connections. What's the economic feasibility of it? Their customers need closer attention, and what's the time frame for all this happening? And then, which of course this is the first step for. And then by the end of each of the 3 meetings, the proposal was almost universally supported. There were several TRC comments. There was a concern about the service area, and we have since significantly reduced that area and eliminated the rural class. There was concern about secondary impacts, but this really has nothing to do with zoning changes, because those are still in your control, as well as any use permits that would need to be issued. The NCDEQ compliance, a compliance plan is currently in progress. An expansion plan has been outlined and budgeted, and state approvals are required, and those will be the next steps if this permit is approved. There was concern about the Currituck Water and Sewer name. As Mr. Cicero indicated, the name has been used on a lot of legal documents, and it won't be easy to change it. We would propose that it be kept, but if it becomes problematic, then maybe changing it or doing a DBA at some point in the future. So I'll outline the reasons we believe that the criteria for the issuance of a use permit are being met. First, the use will not endanger the public health or safety. The existing wastewater treatment facility will be improved. The facility will be operated in accordance with environmental rules and regulations. Multiple disposal options will enhance environmental quality, and generally one plant is safer and more desirable than multiple plants. Second, the use will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands and will be in harmony with the area in which it is located. And we have a real estate professional here who will further address the value and harmony issues, but in general, the facility is on land that was originally set aside for this purpose. Disposal will be done using the existing golf course irrigation and on-site infiltration as originally approved. There's an opportunity for adjacent properties with failed systems to connect. There is a remote disposal site, as I mentioned previously, that will be set aside to help balance the water disposal. Third, the use will be in conformity with the land use plan and other officially adopted plans. The land with the potential land use conflict has been removed from the service area, so it appears that there's no conflict with either the land use plan or the Moyock Small Area Plan. Policy WS7 allows for the appropriate use of packaged treatment plants as a means of achieving more efficient land use. Moyock sub-area policy, soils limitations may be overcome by the use of packaged sewage treatment plants. We have removed that third point. There was some discussion about soils earlier. Soils here are similar to the soils in Currituck Station. Soils have been tested by a hydrogeologist and determined to be good for infiltration. The soils in the adjoining land have been tested by the school system as being suitable for construction of a new school. Ms. Cicero indicated at the last meeting regarding density that lots with septic systems can potentially be developed at about 2 per acre, and I agree with that assessment. I want to point out here that with a treatment plant at Fost, 2.1 is the maximum that we have gotten approved here. So the density is actually similar to what you can do with septic tanks. There is a proposal to develop flora now at a much lower density than that. I think it's around 1.3 or 4. So, we're proposing densities that can theoretically be achieved with septic systems, but we think it's better to have a central system with a higher degree of treatment. Both Fost and Flora, as currently proposed, comply with both the land use plan and the Moyock Small Area Plan densities. Fourth, the use will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities, including but not limited to schools, fire and rescue, law enforcement, and other county facilities. Applicable state standards and guidelines shall be followed for determining when public facilities are adequate. Well, the proposed use should have no impact on schools, fire and rescue, and law enforcement, and should have a positive impact on the county's regional wastewater facility, which is currently unable to provide additional service. So, in summary, we have a utility company who is experienced in managing community water systems, from testing, treatment, monitoring, and reporting, to addressing ever-changing regulations and technology. This will bring improvements in reliability, in compliance, and in efficiency. They will be following through on outstanding obligations from the developer-owned utility. In addition to addressing some of the deferred maintenance, the new utility will be making improvements that will enhance the long-term reliability of the system. Separating the system from the developer and increasing the customer base means the system will be on a more secure financial footing for the future. The benefit of the larger customer base is that it allows the utility to spread costs over more customers, which helps to minimize the impact on each customer's bill. As development occurs in this area, having one central facility to operate rather than multiple treatment facilities is extremely efficient for the community. The utility will have the flexibility to manage the reuse of water on the golf course irrigation system, as well as the other developments disposal areas. We believe this will be good for the residents of Eagle Creek and ultimately for the county for the long term. But this investment can't happen without the use permit being issued. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
I have a couple questions, but it's probably going to be more for the applicant. Some was just some the repairs as well as the fee that the residents are paying in Eagle Creek now, so I think it might be better for when one of them come up.
One comment I will make is, and I'm sure the residents listening out there who lived through this, they're hearing all this, and I'm not sure if it's you or the applicant, but I mean, they're probably in the back of their mind, okay, what assurity do we have this is going to fix it and resolve the problem? I mean, I think they would love to see this happen, and they hope it does, and I think everybody hopes it does. I'm sure they just want some assurities that, okay, this gets approved and nothing happens. And this goes through the DEQ, and then they're waiting through this whole process again, and I'm sure that's in the back of their minds. They're just going through this. It's just, yes, we want this fixed. It sounds good. What guarantees are out there?
And Mr. Myers has been meeting with the community residents and board members and providing, offering some of the kinds of assurances that you're asking about.
Any other questions for Mr. Bissell right now? All right. Thank you, Mr. Bissell.
How about state your name?
My name is Michael Myers. I'm in Wake Forest, North Carolina, is where I reside.
Hey, Mr. Myers, how are you employed? Tell us what you do.
I'm the president of EnviroLink Incorporated. We manage water and sewer systems for approximately 200 local governments, including counties, cities, authorities, districts across the state of North Carolina, Ohio, and Indiana.
Mr. Myers, how about tell the commissioners a little bit about your years of experience in this field, and any obviously they have some knowledge about the Eagle Creek plant. Tell us what your experience might be with similar issues over the years and how long you've been doing it.
A little bit about my background is, I think as Mark indicated, I've done a number of years with the North Carolina, what is now the Department of Environmental Quality. Then was down at Fort Bragg, managing Fort Bragg's water and sewer system, and also have a number of years in the private utility industry. Similar type facilities, we're very accustomed. The town of Robertsonville was very similar in that it was a history of non-compliance where we have come in, worked with the town, and brought that system back into compliance. Even here, the Moyock plant, it's been, as we all know, I would echo the sentiments of that being a design issue. I think our perspective is on that it is a solvable issue. I know Ben and I have had numerous conversations about what we would do if we owned it. Think that the county's on the right track, at least in terms of what their plans are for the Moyock Regional, even though we would have different plans. Eagle Creek is very similar to a lot of the systems that we see across the state that are owned by developers, what we call a developer-owned utility, versus somebody that this is their profession. All we do is water and sewer. That's what we do.
I'm going to show you what was marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, and I think most of the commissioners are probably familiar with Mr. Bissell, and I'm going to hand out to them a copy of this. First off, Mr. Myers, is that sort of a written summary of your background, your professional experience, and just sort of a summary of the things that you do both for EnviroLink and also your continuing education criteria, the Exhibit 2 that I just showed you?
I would echo what Mark said is, this is kind of a snippet of my career. Obviously, being in it as long as I have, there's a lot more project experience than you can fit on one page.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Myers be admitted, first that the Exhibit 2 be made part of the record of this place, and that Mr. Myers be admitted as an expert in wastewater management, design, and supervision as indicated at their end.
Any objections from the board? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Myers, you're here to answer the questions if there's anything that you want to supplement, but I think obviously some of the commissioners were having specific issues about guarantees and things like that, so tell them what you thought there.
I was taking notes. I thought what I'd do is try to address some of the questions that I heard asked as part of Mark's presentation. First of all, I think I would echo that there is a lot of skepticism in the community based on the research we've done. This dates back. I could find evidence that this issue has extended all the way back to 2002 for the community, and then in 2015 and 2016, there was a rate filing with the North Carolina Utilities Commission in which there were specific improvements that were required of the applicant that I know the community was very anxious to have done, and those improvements, to our knowledge, have never been fully implemented. They were specific to the collection system, that some of the improvements that needed to be done out there. There are a number, I think they identified 39 what are called pits, and these sit in largely the front yards of a lot of the houses out there that were identified as being problematic, that we couldn't find any evidence that those were ever replaced or repaired as they were required to back then. In terms of what guarantees, as you indicated, we're a very highly regulated business. We're regulated by the North Carolina Utilities Commission and by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. terms of guarantees, what I could offer is we are viewed by the North Carolina Utilities Commission as a problem solver. We are what's called an emergency operator for them. So whenever they have similar types of situations across the state of North Carolina, we are one of the few entities out there that they will call to try to help them solve some of these problems. We are doing one currently down in Dare County called Jingonite Woods that was abandoned by the former utility owner, and we were asked to come in and help out there. We also have one over in Durham, North Carolina, that we're doing very similar out there. We will licensed and bonded by the North Carolina Utilities Commission, so there's a financial stake in it for us as well.
May I ask you a question? You say you're invited to come in and help them, and you mentioned Robertsonville. Did you purchase these systems when you went in?
Robertsonville, we did not purchase Robertsonville. That's currently owned by the town, but what we did do is we worked hand in hand with the town to have the capital improvements done on that system in order to bring it back up into compliance. I could spend hours talking to you about it, Robertsonville, and how bad a condition it was in when we took that over. But suffice it to say that we got that one back up in compliance in about 6 months.
But you did not purchase it.
We did not purchase it. But I would say we had a utility owner that was willing to make a capital investment to do the things that needed to be done to bring it back up into compliance. There was a question, I think, by Commissioner White about payment of this and who bears the cost. As a regulated utility, the costs are borne by all of the customers on the system. So even though the capital plan had components of it, which you heard, the entire customer base, including the extended service areas, would all have to bear in the cost of that as it being under one utility like that.
Okay, thank you.
I think there was a question about the need for FOST and Flora. FOST, having been approved, was very critical to the overall financial viability of this project. Flora being approved certainly would have a major benefit to the customers of Eagle Creek, bringing Flora into the project. Without Flora, yes, the project would still move forward, but how we would allocate or who would have to bear those costs in the end would have to be a little bit different model than what we're planning right now. I would also add that I think, as Mark indicated, we have been working with the Eagle Creek HOA board. I know they have a number of concerns. I would say that's largely driven by the skepticism and some of the need for improvements out there in the community. They have a number of things that they'd like to see done, which we are amenable to. I think everything that you'll hear from them during the public comment period. Schedule, I think there was a question about schedule. As a private company, and when we control the funding, we are able to move a lot faster than local governments. There's less permitting that is in terms of things like FONSI and environmental assessments that we don't have to do, that local governments do have to do. We still have permitting that we have to do. We just don't have as rigid of a thing. And also the procurement procedures that local governments have to go through. We're able to move a lot faster through the procurement. So we can we have a team of contractors that we work with. We don't have to go out for bids. We've already negotiated those types of contracts. So we're able to move a lot faster. As an example, we just did a project, about 7 miles of pipeline, got that done in under 6 months. And that's from initial design all the way through construction. I do think, at least in terms of us, I think we have a unique position in that we both get to see the North Carolina Utilities Commission, have experience there. We have experience with the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, and then we work with so many local governments, and we actually work with the Local Government Commission. We're currently working with them on one district and one town that they've taken over, where we're working with them to help bring those towns back into financial viability. And with that, I'll stop and answer any questions you guys may have.
You were saying EnviroLink and Currituck Water and Sewage. Why are there two names? Why didn't you just go in to purchase it under EnviroLink?
Currituck Water and Sewer, we have a group of investors behind us that when we are going to own utilities, we have an investment group behind us that all they do is invest in infrastructure across the United States of America. They invest literally billions of dollars every year in water sewer infrastructure across the country. I don't allow them into EnviroLink.
Well, the company that is investors, are any of them land developers?
No. All we do is water sewer.
So none of your investors in the Currituck Water and Sewer are land developers?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Mr. Myers, question, you had made a comment earlier that there was a current rate adjustment for the users that was supposed to pay for some specific that you believe has not taken place. So is that going to be, should that already be covered under their current rates, or is that going to be compensated from the previous owner, or do you have, can you comment on how it's going to work out, or
yeah,
do you
probably
know?
out of line. I have some knowledge of what's going on. I'm probably be out of line.
Okay.
I can tell you that the North Carolina Utilities Commission has opened an investigation into that and are looking at it, but I would be out of line to comment on it.
The problematic pits, I can look in the audience and I see a couple people in there, and I know they've had multiple issues for some period of time. So there's 39 still problematic pits that, I mean, and let me finish where I gotta say. There's 39 that there's having problems. They're the same ones that allegedly were repaired or were supposed to be repaired since the 2015 rate increase, but they're still having issues.
Yeah, I don't know that I would agree with the 39 comes from an assessment that was done back in 2015. I don't know that I would agree that they had identified all of the pits that were problematic. There was some in there that I would have argued probably aren't, and there's other that aren't on that list that probably are.
Probably should be, so.
Yeah.
How many, what's the pit number? Was it 100 and?
There's about a little over, so you have about 425 homes, and you can think of, there's one
first, so two
for every
low
two
twos. Okay. Thank you.
Why would a company have an incentive to fix the problem if they're wanting to purchase it?
So that's a little bit about how we're unique from maybe the current utility out there. The current utility rates, the rate-making mechanism for the utility is what's called operating ratio. So under an operating ratio model, they get a margin on their operating expenses, and we don't believe in that model. Our model is based on we get to earn a rate of return on the investment we make. So operating costs for us are, we get no markup or no margin on the operating cost at all. It's dollar for dollar recovery on operating cost. Our investment is, our return comes purely on the investment that we make. So we are incentivized to make that investment because that's how we make money.
How long have you actually been in operation at Eagle Creek?
So it's been, I think you had mentioned 6 months, and I forget the exact date, but you're not far off. You're maybe a couple of weeks off with the 6 months. So the first few months of that were, we acquired a company called Envirotech that had operations beyond Eagle Creek. First few months of that was, with any acquisition, it's figuring out what you bought, figuring out what you own. We had identified Eagle Creek as one of the areas that was a system that was a concern. There are a couple other systems, I'll keep their names out of it, that are systems that are of concern. So then we put together and started working on a plan for how to address the issues at Eagle Creek. Unfortunately, it's had a history of what's called, in our industry, we call it deferred maintenance at Eagle Creek, and that raised its head here a couple of months ago, with some very significant component failures at the plant.
Component failures that, if they had been properly maintained, might not have ever happened.
Yeah, just to give you an example, when we tore one of the pumps apart, it was not oil in that pump. It was more like a sludge that was inside that pump. It just had never been properly maintained.
Was that more than one one pump? Y'all, I mean, I'd heard
Yeah,
that.
actually, there's 4 pumps in what's called the vacuum station, and all 4, there's 2 are vacuum and 2 are sewage pumps, and all 4 pumps failed.
My understanding was that when y'all actually took it over, you did not receive any type of maintenance records of previous maintenance that's been done on it.
Yeah, they did not keep records on the maintenance whenever we took it over, so we have a pretty robust what's called asset management system that we employ. So now we're able to track every work order that gets done on that system, and so we can track what maintenance have been done. And if we build into that, if a manufacturer says you should be maintaining this pump at a frequency of every 3 or 4 months, we actually have a work order system that tracks that for us.
Mr. Myers, the work that myself and Commissioner Etheridge went and saw, y'all are currently working on the Mayock plant. I mean, that's something y'all had. There was some work orders, I guess, where there was if Commissioner Etheridge, I mean, is that something y'all typically do? I mean, like, far as not just document, but far as, is that, I don't know, I want to ask this. Basically, is that something y'all typically do of, we did this, we worked on this? I mean, you just tracking everything as far as records and maintenance?
We do, yes, sir. Yeah, for stuff we own and for stuff we don't own.
Okay.
So looking at the list of suggested repairs to Eagle Creek, 75,000 looks like needed to be done a year ago. And then looked like 1.5 for the, was that the vacuum collection or was that that's the pits, right? I can't read that writing. Oh. In your opinion, and I think I know the answer, those repairs need to be done, whether it's y'all or whoever else, right? I mean, because some of it is, I understand the DEQ piece, right? That's dictated, right? But living in a subdivision that has a ongoing problem like this is something that has now, it's gotten significant enough that I can't, in looking at your list, I can't imagine not needing to have done this, but I don't do wastewater and I don't even play one on TV. But what I'm trying to get a sense is, not doing this, is that really an option for Eagle Creek?
In my professional opinion, no, but I guess I would have some skepticism that under the current ownership that it would get done.
Okay. So with that said, and can you give me an order of magnitude of if Eagle Creek had to pay for all of those repairs, what that would do to their bill versus sharing that burden with the additional tracks, Flora Fost, that would tap into that? What kind of order of magnitude of what they're paying would we be seeing?
So if Eagle Creek had to repair all of this
Correct.
on their own without
Correct.
the impacts of Fost and Flora. Yeah, so these are ballpark numbers. I'm doing the math in my head.
You're the expert.
Yeah, so I will tell you that what you can do is take that capital investment and divide it by 7, and that's typically what you need in order to carry that capital investment. So you're looking at a bill. So right now, their current average bill, I know Fred's behind me and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're a little under $60 a month for sewer service. That bill would have to probably, if they were to do this on their own, probably go up into the 90, if not over $100 a month range.
And then with the addition of other tracks that would share the costs, what does that do?
If we got both Fost and Flora.
Well, let's just stick with what we have.
With the Fost, yeah, that bill might have to go up into the $65 to $70 range.
I was wondering, are you the same company that back in September of 2019 was interested in buying Carolina Village?
Well, we're still interested in buying Carolina Village because that park on its own has very little redeeming value. But what they do have over there is they have the ability to get rid of about 3 million gallons a day worth of what we call disposal capacity on that site. So there's a tremendous amount of disposal capacity on that site over there. That for somebody in the wastewater business, that has a lot of value.
So is that Currituck water and sewage?
It would be. Yes.
Okay.
That's been brought up. Would you be averse to having a DBA to change it so there isn't a confusion between Currituck County and you guys? I know you have.
Yeah, and then I had some preliminary, if we kind of had a gentleman's agreement that as we get into it, that if it became an issue, we would address it at that point.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You can still keep the county seal.
I just want a mug.
I'm kidding.
I just want a mug. I want a mug with the geese on it.
Well, if the people or your investors are interested, explain to me if they're not interested in getting the sewer system so they can get more development, where did they get their money from? Where does their investment, the return on their investment, where would it come from?
It comes from that investment into the utility. So as they make the investment into the utility, they're able to earn a rate of return. So if we make $1 million, just to give you just the rule of thumb numbers, if for every dollar we invest, we're allowed to earn a rate of return of around 8%. So for every dollar, we get about 8 cents. Did I answer your question? I want to make sure.
And I'm also wondering, why would a development want to invest in a system that has failed? That's hard for me to wrap my head around.
Well, it's the failures that require the investment. Does that make sense? If
Yeah.
it was, if it was running exactly as it should, if it was a well-run utility, then
You wouldn't be here.
you wouldn't need the investment.
Well, there's an old saying, you got to spend money to make money.
That's right. And for our business, that's exactly true.
And I'm going to go, part of the attractiveness, as I've understood it with a utility, is that it is a stable product, right? So it's a fairly stable rate of return. It's not subject to, housing boom or bust or whatever, because in that customers, when they're hooked up, are hooked up and they're hooked up. And it's not like which is why the Public Utility Commission provides oversight to try and make sure that it's held in control.
I think you've got it pretty well. So the types of investors who are attracted to our industry tend to be institutional investors. So your retirement funds, your pension programs, each state pension programs, those are the people that like to invest in utilities. And the reason they like to invest in utilities is because it is a low risk business venture for them. And you hit it. And why is it low risk? Because once you have a customer, you have that customer for life. I tell people we don't earn a lot on any one customer, but we do earn that for very long periods of time. And so, we look at it as a 40 to 50 year investment. We're not making a 5-year investment. We're making a 40 to 50 year investment.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Myers? Report. If not, thank you, Mr. Myers.
Mr. Chairman, do we have a 5-minute break?
Yes, okay. All right, then let's take a recess for 5 minutes and come back here at 8:40. All right. All right, we're going to go ahead and get this back in session. So I'll ask the applicant to come back up, please. Thank you.
Call our final witness, Mr. Steve Currituck. Please state your full name and tell us how you're employed.
Hello, everyone. I'm Stephen Currituck. I live at 102 Hickory Hill Drive in Grandy, and I am a certified real estate appraiser.
Mr. Currituck, do you hold any educational background or certifications related to real property appraisals?
Yes, I do. I attended ECSU with my major being mathematics and computer science. I have 4 different designations from 4 different entities, which is in regards to the additional education that I've received that is above and beyond what the state of North Carolina requires.
Have you ever qualified as an expert either in a court of law or in any kind of quasi-judicial proceeding as an appraiser or an expert in evaluation of real property?
Yes, I have multiple times in court, and as a matter of fact, I work on behalf of the county in some items and also some quasi-judicial items before them as well.
And you also prepared a CV or a resume as the other folks, and you emailed it to me, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
And I probably printed off the wrong thing before coming here. So, Mr. Payman, I'm going to ask that Mr. Currituck be accepted as an expert in real property appraisals and valuations based on the testimony he just gave about his background and experience.
Any objections from the board? Okay. Yes, sir.
Please tell the commissioner what sort of things you've looked at, what are things you've looked at with regard to valuation, or the impact of this conditional use property on the valuation of surrounding property around Eagle Creek Lake.
I sure will. I was hired by the applicant's representative to study and determine the possible effects, if any, that may occur from the proposed acquisition and expansion of the existing facility, and to determine if the proposed acquisition and expansion will or will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties, and if it will or will not be in harmony with the area in which it's located. I'll give you a little background about the historic market values in the area. Currituck County's peak of the local real estate market occurred in July 2006. At that time, the values of properties throughout the county began a gentle decline until 2008, when locally and nationally we experienced what economists call the Great Recession. This is when property values hit all-time lows and foreclosures became the norm across the United States. According to the U.S. National Bureau of Economic Research, this recession started in December 2007 and ran until June 2009. We around here felt the negative effects of this Great Recession, both during and after its so-called end. Property values locally began to gently increase beginning in 2010 and has remained in a progressively upward trend since then. Now I'll talk a little bit about current values. Now that you've heard about the economic background, let's move on to some of the more current statistics. Currently, supply and demand are not in balance. In appraising, we call this undersupply. This means that there is a greater demand for homes ready to be occupied than there is of the supply of homes available for occupancy. According to the Currituck County Planning staff and the work that was performed by the 12-member Land Use Plan Steering Committee during a 3-year period, during the next 20 years, Currituck County will have the demand for approximately 4,000 new homes because of the projected influx of residents coming into our area. The likely area for this demand will be in the northern and central areas of the county. And according to the Albemarle Area Association of Realtors Multiple Listing Service, median home sales prices within the 27958 zip code in Moyock, which is Moyock zip code, have progressively increased over the last 5 years. This continuing increase has been caused by the increased demand for homes in the Moyock area, the decreased amount of foreclosures available for sale in Moyock, and recent positive national economic and banking factors. If we use 2016 as the beginning reference point, we have the following statistics. In 2016, there were 200 home sales in Moyock, and the median home sales price was $278,950. In 2017, that sales price increased by 3.9%. In 2018, the same median sales price increased by 2.4%. And in 2019, the median sales price increased by 8.5%. To date in 2020, there have been 393 home sales in Moyock, and the median home sales price has increased by 11.8% in 1 year. So overall, since January 1st, 2016, The median home sales price in this zip code has increased from $278,950 to $360,000. That's an increase of almost 30%, $81,050. This is a very, very strong indicator of the stability of the real estate sales market in Moyopp. These numbers provide evidence that the demand is not going away, but it is increasing. It also shows that the median home sales price is going up, leading one to believe that bigger and better quality homes are being built, that vacant land sales prices are increasing similarly. I do not foresee that this current positive trend will be changing in the near future. If left as is, just as you've heard the applicant and Mr. Bissell stating, I foresee continuing issues with the existing wastewater treatment plant, which will have a resulting negative effect or stigma on the properties located within Eagle Creek and perhaps surrounding properties. Correcting the existing wastewater treatment plant and expanding into the future will not have an unforeseen negative effect on property values. Repairing and expanding the current system is logical and necessary, and it will permit the logical and orderly development of surrounding properties, which is the true crux of good planning and development, as I'm sure staff would agree. At this time, I see no possible unintended consequences from the approval of this use permit based on the current and available information. And based on all of this evidence that has been presented by the applicant tonight and by all of the remarks from county staff and the county staff and technical review committee, and the in-depth research that I personally performed for this assignment, I have determined that it's in my expert professional opinion that the proposed acquisition and expansion will not injure the values of adjoining or abutting lands, and it will be in harmony with the area in which it is located. I'll be glad to answer any questions you all may have pertaining to those comments.
In your professional opinion, and I know you've been in the real estate appraisal business for quite some time, we've had discussions. I own a home in Eagle Creek and I want to sell it. I'm in the military. I get transferred to Jacksonville. Is the prices going the other way at the current time with all the negative publicity on the news and everything?
That's a great question, Commissioner. I did pull some information pertaining to the current year and also since the actual problems have emerged in the Eagle Creek subdivision. And what I have found is a concern that you have and all of you commissioners have is that if this thing continues to go on, what's going to happen to Eagle Creek's property values? Absolutely, it's going to have a negative effect. And what I can see thus far from September 26, 2020 to current, the marketing time for properties is actually increased, which means it took a little bit longer to sell. And I would attribute that, part of that to the fact that potential buyers understand what is happening out there in the subdivision, and perhaps they were waiting on results to make sure that this was going to happen, or perhaps the banks were looking for results to see what was going to happen with perhaps the sale or just the renovation of the site itself. But I agree 100%. I would be concerned if I were a property owner in Eagle Creek right now, because I would be afraid that if it continues, that negative stigma that's going to be attached to the subdivision is going to have a negative effect on my ability to sell my property.
Thank you.
Did they sell for less?
All right.
The houses that did sell?
No, they did not. I found that there were two sales, according to the Albemarle Area Association of Realtors, and their median sales price was $309,500. But you're only talking about two sales. You don't really have a large group to really get accurate statistics on that. You can't really base all of your comments on just two sales since September 26th, that is.
But they did not sell for less than the fair market value, correct?
I can't tell you if they sold for less than their market value because I did not perform an appraisal on either one of those properties. So I don't know what their market value was compared to what they sold for.
that they sold for 300 and now?
309,500 was the median sales price between those two.
Could they not have been under contract prior to that? So they could have been locked in on their
Yes,
sale.
and absolutely. The duration of time from when this began is actually shorter than the time when those contracts were signed. So they were signed before.
So we really don't have any evidence at this point in time of.
No, we don't.
of an up
But
or
I
down.
foresee that we will in the future as
Right.
time goes on. And as you all may or may not know, statistical data is typically in arrears. You find
Right,
out about it later after it's already
So,
happened.
so you're saying you've had two, that's amazing. You've had 2 out of 425 homes, and I know I'm not dead on the number. You've had 2 homes sold from September to today.
According to the Albemarle Area Association of Realtors, there are other multiple listing services in the area that may have other sales that aren't listed on that particular one.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Craddock from this board? If not, thank you, Ms. Craddock.
You're welcome. Thank you all. Good to see you all.
Unless you have questions for me or any of the other witnesses, that would be the showing for the applicant.
Okay, well then what I'm going to do is I'm going to be opening up a public comment, and then I'll give you the opportunity afterwards if you want to discuss anything that's brought up, public comment. All right, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and open the public comment section of this, and I'd ask you when you come up to restate your name and address, please, and I'll make a comment. As you come up here, keep in mind this board is sitting as a quasi-judicial, and any information you provide, we will listen to that, but we have to make our decisions based on expert evidence and witnesses that are presented to this board, not hearsay or your own personal feelings on matters. So with that being said, the first person I have on here is Jean. Is it Jean Jewell?
Good evening. My name is Gene Jewell. I reside at 111 Greenview Road in Eagle Creek. First of all, I'd like to thank you commissioners for hearing from residents of Eagle Creek for the use permit. As you may know, the permit, there's violations of the plant for the past 10 years. And myself as a homeowner out there, I'm aware of it. Homeowners out there are aware of it. Violations like treatment filters being bypassed, woody vegetation growing around the infiltration pond, and other violations. Some of these violations, a lot of homeowners may not know or are aware of some of these violations. As a resident in Eagle Creek, there have been issues arising with homeowners with sewage having backups in their homes, not being able to shower, not being able to wash your clothes, not being able to go to the bathroom. Okay? That's kind of bad when you're in a pandemic and you got sewage backing up in your homes. Okay? Feces in your homes and then water with the feces, that causes bacteria, mold on your woodwork, what's not, and it's just a problem, and it needs to be fixed. Not being able to do your laundry for days. The system failure. The reason for this is system failure for maintenance. You know, why is this? There's failure of maintenance to the system. I don't understand how a homeowner, owner of a sewage treatment plant, fails to do maintenance on it. Flooding. There's massive flooding. You get 2 inches of rain in our subdivision, and the lots flood. Some of these pits to the sewage system are in ditches. They are low to the ground. So when you have 2 inches of rain, there's water going into these pits, overflowing the pits, causing backup. and it just transitions down the system. You could have 6 homes down from you, their pit floods, and then maybe a few hours later it may occur that the next home's flooded, and it just trickles down until it trickle effects to everybody out there. There's no communication to the homeowners when the system's down. They could shut a section off, and I have no idea. So we're kind of paranoid. My wife asked me, "Can we do the dishes, or can I take it, do the laundry, or can we shower? Should we go outside and check the pit?" Some of these homes don't have back check valves to their homes, and I think when the neighborhood was designed and built, they should have put them in each home, and a lot of homes out there don't have them. We have placed campers in our driveways just to take a shower, go to the bathroom, and place them in holding tanks in our campers because we can't go to the bathroom or take a shower in our own home. That's unsatisfactory. I purchase a home, I want to be able to take a shower in it, go to the bathroom, do my laundry, and indoor plumbing in my home. When you have a problem out there, you can't do anything because you don't have indoor plumbing. It's a disgrace. It really is. I think I would like the county to reconsider to allow this wastewater treatment plant permit to be done unless there's fixes. And I think fix all the violations to the sewer system before the permit is approved. Have a second filter system installed and spare pumps and motors on hand. A text system or alert system to allow residents to be informed that the section is down. Supposedly, I've been there 19 years, and I find out there's an 8-inch line, and then there's a 10-inch line. I don't know if my home's on an 8-inch line or a 10-inch line. I just know that people who are out there working on this system because it's down, that they're out there turning valves. I don't know if they're turning valves because they're shutting the system off or if they're turning valves to turn the system on. I have no idea. It's paranoid to live out there. It's paranoid as a homeowner knowing that I look on Facebook and all of a sudden this person's got a pit that's overflowed and it's backing up into their homes, and I'm like, okay, now what do I do? Do I go outside and monitor my pit every day? That should not be me. Monitoring my pit or monitoring my backflow valve or monitoring my bathroom before it overflows. People's had sewage back up into their kitchens, back up into their bathtubs, back up underneath their toilets. It's terrible. Have a second filter system installed and spare pumps and motors on hand. Have a tech system alert the residents of system failure. Communications is a must to the residents. Sections of being down in Eagle Creek. There ought to be some kind of a collar to add it to the pits that are low to the ground that'll stop the flooding of these pits in the ground. Some type of collar. An engineer needs to be able to come up some way to add a fiberglass section to these pits, to add to these pits as a collar portion, so when it rains or whatever, it is covered. It's not overflowing. It's not into the ground. Have spare controllers, new ones that are in these pits, and spare pits on hand in case one collapse. There have been people out there with pits collapse in their yards, and there's like, what do we do now? We're waiting on a section because there's a pit collapse, and now we got to wait for another pit to be installed. Pits need to be on hand. Controllers need to be on hand. And have techs monitor the plant and do the maintenance. Local techs. That's all I have. And thank you, commissioners, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jewell. Next, I have a Haley, is it Ogren?
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Haley Ogren. I reside at 228 Greenview Road in the Eagle Creek subdivision. I purchased my house August 18th of 2020 and then started experiencing overflows into my home September 12th. And every 2 weeks since September 12th, I haven't had an overflow into my home. So that's 6 total times I've had sewage in my back hallway and into my kitchen, causing approximately $15,000 to $20,000 of damage. I urge the county to enforce a conditional use permit upon Currituck Utilities LLC so that the level of service that we see improves. I work in water resources engineering and have experience in sewer, water, and stormwater systems. One of the conditions that we would like is to have a guaranteed response time of an hour and a half or less, and then also to include sufficient spare parts are kept on hand for high failure mechanisms, ensure that sufficient parts are included for additional pumps and generators on hand so that our system does not totally fail and cause the catastrophic failure that happened September 28th and resulted in the system being down for 2 weeks. During that 2 weeks, residents were forced to use alternative facilities, including porta potties, washing machine facilities that were provided by Good Samaritans, and shower systems used, also provided by those Good Samaritans and the YMCA. During those 2 weeks, residents could not shower, use the restroom, or wash clothes or dishes in their own home without the risk of flooding their home or their neighbors. The county should use its full authority to ensure that its citizens are not endangered by raw sewage. As citizens, we expect that our taxes are used to benefit and protect those of us who live in Currituck County. If you, as the Utility Commission, vote against this conditional use permit, you will be condemning the community of Eagle Creek to further catastrophic sewer failure and severe health risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oak. Next I have on the list, maybe, is it HV? I'm not sure what this last name is. Oh, is it Cole? Okay, Mr. Cole, okay.
That's what I go by.
Okay.
We're gonna need your time, get you that way.
Yes, sir. You've been around a long time. I remember you, Mr. Cole.
I've lived down on Brumsey Road, been living in the county now about 45 years. Retired out of the Navy and come down here and fell in love.
Could I get you to state your address, please, again?
What?
Can I get you to state your address again, please, for the record?
55 Brumsey Road.
Okay, thank you, sir.
My concern, first one, is flooding. I think everybody just at this round table here, and myself and probably in there, realize that every ditch in east and north line is filled up with trash. I would say on the average in Currituck County, they 80 to 90%. Nowhere the water to go to. Now these folks are gonna move it and clean some out, but they can only go so far. The retaining ponds that they've got now will flood. If we get a big storm in here, a hurricane or something, or big rain, it's gonna flood. That water's gonna hit, but you know where? The Currituck Sound, Torres Bay Sound, somewhere. And it ain't gonna make it all the way. You're gonna have a lot of flooding. You got flooding now, big time. So that's a big issue. If you go with the one with the creek project and one of the subdivisions, you might be all right. But if you start adding more to it, you're just asking for trouble. There ain't no way in the world you're gonna keep from doing it. So that's two of my big thing. The next thing, and I've got some of that straightened out a while ago, is I was worried about the cost to the homeowner. They went, pardon my language, but they've been through hell and high water. Nobody should have to live the way they're having to live. But I'm gonna give you all a clue. Some of you don't know me. I've been, like I said, the sewer plants in Currituck County that we've had hadn't been the best show we ever put out. We've had them go bad everywhere, and we all know that. I was before you guys not long ago, and I told you we needed a sewer system from state line to corn shop. We still need it. Now's the time to do it. You can borrow money at 0 interest and then get it started. Go ahead and put a resolution on the thing. I think the taxpayers in this county, I've got quite a few places here, would be willing to start paying ahead of time. On a lot of cities and counties do that. They start ahead of time and have the funds. But if we're going to keep on doing what we're doing, you know, it's old saying, you know, you don't do that. And we doing it. We building houses and blacktopping roads and driveways and all that kind of stuff. And all that water's running off. They used to go in them fields, running right into the Currituck Sound. And if they can get there now, but then. So I would ask you to really look at that. Now, I don't know, and some of you guys can tell me, and I know they can, how much can they go up on, the utility commission gives them permission to, is it based on what income they got coming in, or profit, or what is it? Because I just spoke to a guy, and he said they was paying approximately $60 a month over there now. Now, these are good boards. They look like to me they know what they're doing. But they're going to get every dollar that they can. And they business people. I understand that. I ain't got no objection to that. But I do have an objection when a homeowner goes from $60 to $100, and you know. Now, like the gentleman said, if they take one of the subdivision off, it's going to make it a little harder for them to do up what they want to do. But we do have a problem, and we all have a problem, big time problem. I'll be glad to help you any way I can. We need to help them people get something going over there at Eagle. That's the main thing. That ain't, you know, I was raised with outhouses and all that kind of stuff back on the old tobacco farm. But that was the norm back in that day. But you guys work on it and think about it. About 79 years ago today, one of our presidents, which I thought was an awful good man, made a statement. He said, this day will go down in infinity. If y'all pass this today, it won't go down in heaven, but it'll go down when you go home tonight, you look at your grandkids and Currituck County will be paying for this mistake long before when we gone. So you got a lot of decisions to make. Don't let nobody rush in. I know that they need the help over there, and I want you to help. But think about it and kick it around some, because we got a lot of decisions to make. Y'all have. We all have. But think about that increase they're going to have. And I hope they get it, and I hope they do a good job. But let's keep it in mind. I don't want 30 years from now or 20 years from now, my grandkids and great-grandkids and yours paying for what we've done today and tonight. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Next, I have a Cindy Ballmer.
My concerns were already addressed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McKay. Okay, next we have a Robert and Sarah Ashburn. Okay, thank you. Next on was a Stephen Craddock.
Speaking as a witness.
Okay, got it, okay. And the last person I have signed up is Fred Whiteman.
Good evening, Fred Whiteman, 181 St. Andrews Road, Moyock. Congratulations, Chairman, Vice Chair, and everybody who was sworn in this evening. Congratulations to Mr. Old for the new member of his family, and congratulations to my son Devin, who joined the Navy, and he leaves Monday for boot camp. I wanted to talk a little bit about something that you guys went through 2 months ago. From the governor, lieutenant governor, congressman, senator, you guys, and the manager all had your hands tied and wanted to help us, but you couldn't. And we understand that. Nobody faults anybody for that. I mean, it is what it is. But at least half of the people that I talked to at the time said, I wish I could do something. Now's your opportunity. Now you can do something. To touch on what Ms. Ogren and those guys said, we have a list signed by the Eagle Creek HOA Board of Directors of conditions that we would like submitted for the record, and have this a conditional use permit rather than just a modified use permit. The Board of Directors, I'll just read it for you. I did send this to Ms. LaCicero, so it got there a little bit late today, so you guys may or may not have received a copy. Board of Directors of the Eagle Creek Homeowners Association requests the following conditions be met prior to the issuance of any certificate of occupancy for any neighborhood approved to connect to the Eagle Creek wastewater treatment plant. Applicant shall install a connection for a pump truck to the 8-inch and the 10-inch lines to expedite clean out during the emergency conditions so they don't have to go pit to pit cleaning out the neighborhood. All of these conditions were discussed with the applicant, and he agrees to all of them. Applicant shall replace the pots in flood-prone areas. These are some of the 39 that he discussed, with completely encapsulated pots that are waterproof. We've talked about that, and he's willing to do that. Applicant shall ensure compliance with the NCDEQ regulations. We talked about that as well. Applicant shall ensure adequate number of replacement parts. I'm going to touch on that in a second as well. Applicant shall provide an emergency response plan to Currituck County and the Eagle Creek Homeowners Association requiring 24-hour response for emergency pumps and generators as needed. Plan shall include, but is not limited to, on-site backup sewage pump, backup power with automatic transfer switch, and a 1.5-hour maximum response time for individual homes experiencing outages. Applicant shall provide a neighborhood-wide notification system for reporting outages. And applicant shall conduct an annual review with the Eagle Creek HOA Board of Directors, reviewing the operation of the wastewater system, including maintenance activities performed, to include a list of replacement parts on site. Now, I understand there's not a whole lot of legalese in there, and some of that may not be, you guys may not be able to enforce some of that, but what I'm hoping is that we can open a dialogue with the county, and we can actually discuss some of these and come up with verbiage that we can put in the application and make it a conditional use permit so that we can say, hey, this is what we want, this is what they agree to, how do we make it legal? How do we make it binding so that you guys don't have your hands tied in the future? You guys can say, listen, if you guys don't meet this criteria, you can't get a CO for any of these buildings, any of these homes. That's all I have. Any questions?
If we did that, Mr. Whiteman, it would delay tonight. We wouldn't take action on that tonight, right? You're aware of that.
I get that, and I don't know that they're prepared for that. I was prepared for that, but yeah, I guess you'd have to ask the applicant if they're prepared to delay.
So you've spoken with other members of your community, and they would be, you're getting a positive.
We have. The board voted. It was 5-0. It was unanimous. We held meetings with dozens of homeowners. There are a few outliers that just don't want to connect to another community, period. Sure. And I understand that. They just don't understand the complexities of this issue and how it's going to impact us in the future. And they don't understand that we're going to be living in a third world situation in perpetuity if we don't get it resolved. So, okay. I know that's hyperbole, but it does seem like that sometimes.
I'm sure it does.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Whiteman.
Thank you.
All right. That's all I had signed up for public hearing, but I'll open the floor up if somebody may have came in late that wants to speak on this matter. If not, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment section, and I'll ask the applicant if he'd like to come back up and address any of the concerns that were presented to us.
You know, all of these concerns are things that my client knows about. Mr. Myers very specifically told me that almost everything that's been talked about here are things that he has discussed before with them. But I would encourage you all not to start ad hoc making, list of requirements for regulating a utility. This is step one. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go for the utility commission. Once we get approved on that, my clients are going to make the investment. He has spoken with these folks about the process and implementation of what my clients are going to do when they become the owner and course, they're not going to invest any money until such time as they get approval from all these utility commissions. So unless you all want to hear specific things, I think my clients would just let this stand and ask you all to vote up or down on the existing permit without adding additional conditions to it.
Any board got any questions, comments?
It seems to me most of what they're proposing pretty much correlates with what the HOA was asking, other than, I mean, I assume they're going to fix the pots.
Yeah.
However, whatever pot needs to go in to fix the problem.
Correct.
Right.
And just putting this out there, if this was voted on and approved tonight, how long would the process be for them to get? That might be a question, Mr. Myers.
Yeah, and that's fine. Now, Mr. Myers can come up here.
How long would the process be to get the permit to be able to start? You know, I mean, obviously, if it was voted on this, tonight, I mean, work's not starting on it probably Wednesday, but I mean,
right.
I mean, how long the typical permits for? I know nothing about, like Commissioner Vice Chairman.
And I can't give you a timeline. Mr. Myers, if you'd come forward and answer this question, if you could give them an idea of what's the timeline from.
The biggest time delay with getting started on this is actually not going to come from the Department of Environmental Quality permitting. It's going to come from obtaining Utilities Commission approval. And I would estimate that time period, it's out of my control largely, but I would estimate that that time period would be in the range of about 3 to 4 months if everything went just clockwork with them. I will tell you it does have their attention. This has their attention. I talked to them on the way out here to tell you how anxious they are to make sure this gets done. They said they were willing to help me write the contracts to get this done. So they are very anxious to see this happen and get this approved. There are public notice provisions and there's hearings that have to be held along the way that are just part of the procedural process that we'll have to go through. So it'll take 3 to 4 months to get through that.
The company that owns it now, why haven't they been made to fix the problem? I have a issue with another development hooking up to a system that doesn't work.
Answer your first point there in terms of why haven't they been made to do those repairs? And again, I can't speculate. I was not part of that. That would be part of what's called the Department of Environmental Quality's responsibility to make sure that gets done. In terms of adding additional connections to the system, I think, in terms of the scale of the investment that has to be made out there, there's certainly a benefit to the existing homeowners out there to bringing in the additional customer base to be able to help offset the cost that need to be made on that system.
But Sadler is who hired y'all to come in and run the...
Well, they hired Envirotech and then
Envirotech, now it's Envirolink.
Any other questions for any board members for the applicant? If not, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, well, this board does need to take action on this. And at this time, if there's no further questions from the board, I would ask the board for a motion.
Mr. County Attorney, would it be okay if we placed any conditions on this tonight, or we'd have to talk to the applicant again about that? I guess I know they're not asking for.
You may place conditions that are reasonably related to the use of the property and based on the evidence that was presented to you tonight.
Okay, so.
But I mean,
like 350,000. They that was one of the recommended stipulations that they not go beyond 350 without further board approval at some future point in time. That would be an acceptable stipulation to place on a motion.
I don't know that they can exceed it without. But to Bob's question,
you could the county could impose such a condition, and obviously if they wanted to exceed the conditioned amount of flow per day, they would have to come back to this board for an amendment to the use permit to increase that.
Is the first step for them going to the state approval from this board?
I guess the applicant, did you hear that question?
Yeah, first step is for us to obtain special use permit, and then the next step would be filing with the North Carolina Utilities Commission.
So just because this board would give you permission tonight or approve the permit, doesn't mean that you automatically there.
All right. Do we have a motion from this board? Oh, yes, sir.
One more question to that.
Did you want to come up and answer this? Or so that way we can get it on, recorded up here. Thank you.
And the Utilities Commission put these conditions on you.
No, I don't know the answer to that. I believe the answer is yes, but I would think they should be able to do that.
Because they're the ones that give you the actual permit to operate.
No, that comes from the Department of Environmental Quality. The Utilities Commission gives us the authority to serve the area and to charge rates in that area.
And you say they allow an 8% return.
So that's how they would do it. They could, and they often do this with utilities. They will allow you that they could bring that 8% return down until you achieve certain milestones. And say you've got to achieve A, B, and C before we'll allow you to earn that return.
Any other question? Okay. All right, do we have a motion from a board member?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve PB 20-14 Currituck Water and Sewer with staff recommendations because the applicant has demonstrated the proposed use meets the use permit review standards of the UDO. The use, one, the use will not endanger public health or safety. NCDEQ and the NC Utilities Commission will regulate the facility. Two, the use will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands and will be in harmony with the area in which it is located. Since this is an existing plant, there will be no change in the effect of adjoining or abutting lands. Three, the use will be in conformity with the land use plan or other officially adopted policy, specifically policy WS-7. Four, the use will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities, and the use will not increase or exceed the county's ability to provide services to schools, fire, rescue, and law enforcement. I would add the caveat that the applicant is willing to add a DBA if requested at some future point in time if the county and them reach a point where that needs to be achieved due to confusion on the consumer end, that they would have to come back before us before any expansion beyond their 350,000 gallon per day capacity, and that they will complete the repairs within a 2-year time frame as listed on packet page 19 in our packet today that they submitted that they were going to do. And that time frame to begin after they have gotten approval from the state and actually physically own the plant.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? All right, any questions from the board? Okay, then I'll ask for a vote. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, the motion carries 6-1. Thank you, everyone. And we will take a few minutes just to let anybody who would like to leave before we get into the next item. Okay, all right. Let's move on to the the next item is going to be PB 18. Excuse me, a couple more people leaving? Yeah, I thought we were all done there. All right, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is going to be PB 18-21, the Falls Track Plan Development Residential Amendment Number 2, connect off-site wastewater treatment plant, adjust lot lines and roadway alignments as necessary to accommodate the 500-year ranch land ditch and other minor changes for property located at tax map 15, parcel 86, Moac Township. And I believe Lori LaCicero will be presenting this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, and excuse me, this is going to be a quasi-judicial, so anyone who wants to speak on this matter, please.
This is a rezoning
I
request.
apologize, I made my wrong note.
Um,
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In May 2019, the board approved the original Falls Plan Development Residential. And an amendment was then approved in November of 2019. This is the Falls Track here between Ranchland and Eagle Creek. The applicant is now asking for an amendment to change their master plan in order to connect to an off-site wastewater treatment plant at Eagle Creek, to adjust lot lines and roads that are impacted by the requirement of the 500-year ranchland ditch. Minor amendments, including adjustments to the clubhouse parking and stormwater ponds around the clubhouse, an RV parking area, and amending the phasing schedule and terms and conditions document. So this is the area of the project aerial where it's located. It is currently zoned PDR, and they are asking for an amendment. Ag and general business and single family around it. Full service in the 2006 land use plan. Limited service in the Moyoc small area plan. So this is the master plan that is currently approved with the ditch here. And this configuration of streets and lots as if it is approved. Also, the original approval had an on-site wastewater treatment plant for this development, and now the plan is to connect to the Eagle Creek wastewater treatment plant. So the amended request is now showing, and I'm going to have a zoom in just a moment, some changed road and lot lines, specifically in this area, changes to the clubhouse. Now we're going, instead of an on-site wastewater treatment facility for Falls, they are now designating part of this area that was that as potential for effluent or groundwater infiltration, along with some RV parking down there adjacent to that. So, like I said, they're requesting amendment to the master plan to connect to an off-site wastewater, to adjust lot lines and roadway alignments as necessary to accommodate the 500-year ditch. Some other minor amendments to the clubhouse, the parking and pond around the clubhouse, and then identifying some recreational storage. They are also adding a paragraph to the terms and conditions document that the wastewater, paragraph G, the developer intends to connect to a major utility and off-site owned by Currituck Water and Sewer LLC for wastewater treatment and disposal. Wastewater collection system will be connected by the developer and managed by a wastewater utility. The utility will be regulated by the North Carolina Utilities Commission. They are also adjusting the phasing as well. We'll get to that. So now you can see this is a zoom in of some of the areas that are going to be impacted by this change. This is the area that was designated right here as the wastewater treatment plant. It's this road alignment and some of the lots along this road as well as this one, that are going to be impacted when they create this 500-year ditch. Once they did the stormwater modeling on it, it's going to have to be significantly bigger than they originally had planned for. So here you can see the RV parking, the effluent disposal area for the wastewater treatment plant, some changes in the road layout here and around this, and lot configuration with how some of these lots are laid out. Also, the clubhouse has changed, more parking is added, and the pond is bigger here. So they are amending the phasing schedule and the terms and conditions. The terms and conditions adding the connecting to an off-site wastewater, but they are now amending the phasing schedule, and that's included in your packet. There's now a phase 1A and 1B. Phase 3, the total units changed from 55 to 51. Phase 4, total units changed from 73 to 77. And like I said, I added the language of the terms and conditions about connecting to an off-site wastewater treatment plant. So this is considered a rezoning. It's an amendment to the plan, to the plan development master plan in terms of conditions. So the 2006 land use plan classifies this site as full service within the Moyock sub area. And once again, this already has an approval. Now they're coming back and asking for an amendment. So the policy that the board adopted when it was approved, policy HN1, Currituck County should encourage development to occur at densities appropriate to the location. The Moyock small area plan, the policy emphasis for limited services for land to be less intensely developed than full service. Limited service designations provide limited availability. And with the approval, the BOC found that the proposed plan was consistent with policies of the plan, including policy future land use 1, promote compatibility between new development and existing development to avoid adverse impacts to the existing community. So because this is already approved as an approved project, the technical review committee recommends approval of the amended plan development residential rezoning with the following conditions. There's a backup in Rolling Creek near the south of the property that must be cleared and snagged. That was from soil and stormwater. Stormwater management on Rolling Creek in areas downstream, north and east of the railroad track or within the CAMA jurisdiction require the 30-foot setback and CAMA permitting, and that was from CAMA. And drainage and utilities requirements in the June 24th, 2019 approved order remain unchanged. The planning board motion to approve this amendment failed on a vote, 2-2. The planning board rules of procedure, if a motion fails, is considered a denial of the request. And I'll be glad to answer any questions about this request.
Will you say what you said again on the? You said it was a 2. If it's a tie, it's a fail. Is that?
If it's a tie, then it is considered a denial of the request. That's in the planning board's rules of procedure. That's the planning board's rules of procedure.
Denial of the request or denial of the motion?
Denial of the motion, which then means a denial of the request. That is in there.
Thank you. Experience.
So.
Any questions from board commission at this time? If not, I'll go ahead and, Ms. Lississer, are you complete?
I'm
I'll ask the applicant to please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Ms. Lississer laid it out pretty well for us. It's basically 3 requests. The most significant of those is the off-site wastewater connection. And we do need to make some design changes as a result of the 500-year ditch. I don't think anybody could have anticipated how large that thing would become once we started modeling it and trying to keep water from spilling out somewhere unintended. So that thing is as much as 80 feet wide at the top in places. And so we had to kind of move some things around, but that's affecting future phases 6 through 9, but we want to get it incorporated into the master plan now. And then as far as the clubhouse, we've enlarged the pond and just, we hadn't really submitted that plan as an official site plan review, but we wanted to show you what the plan is at this point, was to kind of have a view across the pond to the clubhouse as you come around the roundabout. And we could use some more dirt, and we could use some more stormwater storage. Did that answer any questions?
Just kind of piggybacking on the previous, on the approval before years. What was the time frame again when you guys thought your first houses might be coming online, if you know off the top of your head, that would be impacting the Eagle Creek wastewater system? So when do you anticipate the first homes getting sold? If you know, it's been a while since we talked about it.
Probably in the middle of next year.
Okay. And do you remember what phase 1 was? Or maybe Justin can speak to it if he's here.
Phase 1 was 71 lots, and it was to go to record not before this past October.
Right.
So we're now proposing to actually put that to record in 2 stages, because part of that phase will be easier to complete construction-wise than the other. So the remaining part would come a month or 2 after the first part, but it still will add up to 71 total units in phase 1.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? In that same vein, how long would it take to construct the line from to Eagle Creek's plant?
Well, I can't answer that exactly because we haven't finalized the alignment of that yet. We've shown several potential alignments, but until we knew that the use permit would be issued, they didn't want to invest in doing the engineering studies and acquiring the easements and so forth. It would be necessary to get that done, but I would hope that it could be done in a couple of months.
Will you hook on to the Eagle Creek plant before the problem at Eagle Creek fixed?
We won't be sending any wastewater to Eagle Creek until the problem is fixed.
But you'll hook up what happens if you just hold.
Well, I think there's a condition in there that there wouldn't be a CO issued until the problem is solved. Well, actually, those were in the conditions that were proposed by the HOA.
Yeah, but we didn't approve that portion of it. So that's why I was asking. You could potentially hook up in about 6 months or so, June, July of next year, if you have some houses coming online in phase 1, at which point they should have taken over the plant at that point and be in the process of making repairs.
How long would you speculate it would take to fix that plant to correct the deficiencies that were noted in 2010?
Well, there are 2 different categories of repairs, and one of them is the collection system. And I don't have a good answer for that. That's something that additional studies need to be done on. But the collection system problems really don't relate to what we're trying to do at Foss, because we're bypassing that and running a force main straight to the plant. As far as the plant itself, the main issue there was the filter being bypassed. They have done enough work on the filter to get it back into service, but there's additional work that needs to be done to make it reliable. So That can certainly be done before summer. And then there's woody vegetation that needs to be removed from the infiltration pond, and that can be done before summer. There's an NOV that was issued on that. So the things that are resulting in the current violations, we should be able to have resolved time frame.
Yeah, it seemed like a lot of them were not major repairs, cleaning up trees and fixing various pipes and things of that nature. Didn't
Replace a valve,
Right.
weld some things.
I think the county approved, the first approval was on May the 6th, 2019, correct? When it was approved,
I don't have that committed.
It was my birthday.
What changes happened between May the 6th, 2019 and today for where you want it to go from your own sewer system there to hooking up to Eagle Creek?
Well, we actually, you may remember, we submitted initially with alternative wastewater solutions. We showed where an on-site plant could be located, and we also proposed an off-site connection, but we were advised that the county could only approve one or the other. And since we didn't have a viable off-site connection at the time, we removed that from the master plan.
Any other questions for Mr. Bissell from the board? If not, thank you, Mr. Bissell. And I am going to open up public comment. And I currently do not have anybody signed up for public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment piece of this. And we do have to take action on this, so I will ask the board for a motion.
Chairman, may I bring up one, when the motions were passed out, I just looked at this, I have the same one from the Eagle Creek. I didn't get a deny or approve on the other one, I got the same one.
Oh, here it comes.
I got you.
When they started going over it, I started noticing that I have two of the same page. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to move to approve PD 18-23 Falls Plan Development amended because, one, it is consistent with all the review standards provided under the Unified Development Ordinance, Section 2.4.3.c, Board of Commissioners 6/24/19. Number two, the conditions placed on the development will include drainage problems on the property within nearby Ranchland and Eagle Creek subdivisions if improvements are made to the drainage system on off-site properties. Three, it is compatible with the existing layout township subdivisions. Four, the drainage and utility requirements in the June 4th, 2019 approved order remain unchanged. Conditions of approval, there is a backup in Northern Creek near the south of the property line that must be cleaned and snagged as soon as possible. Two, stormwater management on Northern Creek and areas downstream north and east of the railroad track on the county jurisdiction. About a 30-foot setback and county permit is required. Three, drainage and utility requirements in the June 24, 2019 approved order remain unchanged. And the request is reasonable and in the public interest because, one, it is required by change conditions acknowledged by the land use plan and addresses a demonstrated community need, providing a full service area that offers mixed use development for residential and commercial components.
Thank you, Commissioner Etheridge. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second his motion.
Okay, I have a second. Any further questions from the board? Okay, no questions, and I'll ask the board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, the motion passes 6-1. Thank you. Okay, the next item, item C, is PB 20-17, Currituck County. A request an amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance, Chapter 4, use standards to correct agricultural support and services, wind energy facility, large and outdoor tour operators, aviation, and in Table 4.1.1.b, summary use table for the planned development zoning districts as previously adopted by the Board of Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move this to our January 4th meeting.
All right, we have a motion to move it to Jen, and a second. Any further discussions? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll move that to the January 4th meeting. Okay, all right, moving on to item D, public hearing and consideration of resolution authorizing purchase and sale agreement under NC General Statute 158-7.1 for conveyance of Maple Commerce Lot 1 to J.D. Love LLC, and I believe the County Attorney Ike will be presenting that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under Section 158-7.1 of the North Carolina General Statutes, a county may hold property for the purposes of economic development and may convey property to another party for purposes of economic development. Before you tonight is a resolution to authorize a purchase and sale agreement between Currituck County and J.D. Love LLC for J.D. Love LLC to acquire Lot 1 at Maple Commerce Park, a lot that is approximately 6.0 acres in size. The terms of the agreement include that the purchase price will be $183,300, which is the appraised tax value of the property. The purpose for which the property will be acquired and used is the construction of a laundry facility for J.D. Love LLC. The buyer will have until February 5th, 2021 to complete its due diligence, and closing pursuant to terms of the contract would take place within 30 days of the date of all the following conditions being met: that the buyer would receive from the county site plan and permitting approval for the use of the property, that the buyer would receive a commitment from the county for wastewater collection and treatment and disposal at the Maple Commerce Park wastewater treatment plant, and that the buyer would receive from the county any state or federal permits that might be necessary for development of this particular lot. The county has received earnest money in the amount of $9,150, which is being held in escrow pending closing. The next step will be for you tonight to open a public hearing to receive any comments on this proposal from members of the public. And following the public hearing, there is included in your agenda package a resolution that would authorize this purchase and sale of Lot 1 at Maple Commerce Park, and further authorize the chairman of the Board of Commissioners and county manager to execute any documents that may be required at closing to complete this transaction. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? If not, then at this time, I'll open the floor up for any public comments. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment, and I believe the board will take action. I need a motion for approval of the resolution.
Chairman, I move to approve.
All right. Do I have
Second.
have a second? Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay. The resolution passes. Thank you, sir.
Doug, thanks for hanging with us. All right.
Wait, there's more.
All right. Next item on the agenda is old business. Ordinance amending Section 8-88 of the Currituck County Code of Ordinances to defer payment of the 2020 outdoor tour operator license fee until September 1st, 2020. I believe we only had a vote on this last meeting, but it was not unanimous, at that time, so we have to vote on it again. And
Mr. Chairman, do I need to step out for this one?
Yes, you should ask to be excused.
I'll ask the board to allow me to recuse myself.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, go ahead.
It'll go. New authority position.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this ordinance is on for a second reading. At your last meeting, during your consideration and discussion, you modified the ordinance to provide that rather than outdoor tour operator license holders paying 25% of the amount due as set forth in the county's fee schedule, a license holder would be required for 2020 to pay 75% of the amount for a outdoor tour operator license as shown in the county fee schedule. That's the only modification that's been made, and this is tendered to you for your consideration. Tonight you may adopt it by a simple majority vote.
Any questions from the board? All right, then I'll ask for a motion to adopt the ordinance.
So moved.
Up first and second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Passes? No. All right, okay. All right. Next item is new business. Approval of the 2021 reappraisal schedule of values. I believe we have Mr. Samples coming up.
Late night.
Past my bedtime.
Uh-oh.
2 meetings ago, I presented the schedule of values for the upcoming evaluation, the octennial reassessment of all real estate property values for property tax purposes. Set time, again, it's been 8 years. Last meeting, we had a public hearing, and tonight's the earliest we can move to approve these, and that's why I'm here tonight to ask y'all to approve the schedule of values for the 2021 reassessment.
Okay, board has any questions for Mr. Samples? If not, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Motion for approval. I'll second it.
First and second, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Samples.
Night, Tracy. Take the rest of the evening off.
Okay, the second item under new business is recommendation of bid award for pedestrian walkovers, barracuda, perch, and sailfish in the Whalehead subdivision. I believe County Manager will present this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's too close. Tonight, we come before you. We put out the 3 walkovers for bid. The winning firm was W.M. Dunn Construction, LLC, with a total base bid of $363,850. We do have Warren Edis from Quibel here. I had some preliminary conversations with commissioners that we were going to try to go with an alternate that would have concrete decking instead of wood on those walkovers for ease of maintenance. He's here to address some issues that came up in the design of the alternate. Because that was an alternate, we can move forward with awarding the bid on just the base bid alone. But he's here to answer any questions you may have about the design of that alternate and why we're not able to do it.
Why are we not able to do it?
Right.
I'll let him address that.
That was the retaurical question that I.
But why not? You're here. You traveled all this way and hung out with us.
Nothing else to do.
I did watch you on YouTube out in
the car.
Maintain your social separation.
I did. So anyway, good evening. Thanks for having me here. As Ben mentioned, we actually started working on this project a year ago, and one of the walkways went out for bid in February of last year. There was very little contractor interest. I think there was one contractor that submitted a bid. There was a snafu somehow with him submitting his bid. We weren't doing the bidding process, but fast forward to the beginning of this summer, we wanted to get all 3 structures out. And the way we looked at this was we recognized that all of the structures need not just maintenance. At some point they need to be replaced. They're past their service life. So we were evaluating wood with a composite deck, so that would be Trex or similar. And then the other option was concrete. And we liked concrete. You've got concrete on Corolla Village Road. So we were angling for that. As we got in, we had the bids submitted. We did the civil plans. We subcontracted the structural plans out. And we got a bunch of contractors were interested. We got comments back. We worked to address the comments. One of the things that came out is that these concrete structures are typically 6 feet wide because of the way the concrete panels are made. You can get a precast concrete panel made almost anywhere, but it's a special order item, and it comes with a lot of design parameters. We were really, with county direction, we wanted to get an 8-foot wide walkway. Currently, you have 6 feet wide walkways. We get complaints. We've heard that there's complaints, and I've been on plenty of beach accesses. Two-way traffic's hard. Get your gear up there. So we wanted to stick with this 8-foot wide walkway. And we also, based on contractor input, wanted the handrails bolted to the outside so that the structure itself sits on pilings, and then the handrails are bolted onto the outside of that superstructure. You add that to the 8-foot width, and it became problematic to get a concrete panel that could meet all those design parameters. So the structural engineers came up. It's pretty hot.
Thank you. Gee whiz.
Yeah, man, tell me to take it off. So they came up with 3 2-foot sections. And so and honestly, we looked at it with the county engineer and other county staff. We weren't real happy with the design, but it was a fix. It was a solution to get a concrete walkway. That went out for bid. We got bids on that, but some of the bidders said, hey, we're not meeting all the performance specs with this concrete, and we're having trouble with it. And so that's when we kind of looked at it and said, well, it's not. It didn't turn out to be a great design.
Didn't we get 8-foot long pieces that are 6 foot wide?
Only if you special order them. And believe it or not, we did find one in Florida.
Yelling at the cat.
Trust me, I've been living
Well,
this.
how long were the?
These are 8 feet. They were 2x8s. So there were 3 2x8s, and then they were bracketed with wood. So if you imagine, I don't know if you've seen the ones that are 4x8. Mm-hmm. They have pieces of wood around them, so that it's a wood structure with a concrete panel sitting inside. It's hard to, if you haven't seen one, but if I had a picture, I could show you. But so there's no way. I mean, to get to 8 feet, you could put 2 4x8 panels down, but then it becomes problematic to bolt the handrails to the side. So it was kind of one of those situations where, what's more important, the 8-foot wide walkway? Do you want the concrete? Are we okay with wood? And I think that we got to the point where it was at a deadline, and we just said, let's roll with it. Let's see what we get. So the wood, if we were asked to pick, if we were asked to recommend one, we say go with just the wood option.
As opposed to, what about composite, just going with the Trex deck?
That's a judgment call on your part. I know, Mr. Hugh.
We looked into the composite. There's some added cost. That's not really the big deal. We've heard some real concerns about the heat that composite will. Yeah. So the concrete's fine, the wood's fine, the composite, we just wanted to see what the cost comparison would be, but it would add cost and potentially provides less of a enjoyable experience to our guests and residents who use it.
They've already burnt their feet on the sand trying to run over to the composite.
So they don't realize that it's hotter until they get like 20 feet down.
Right, so they're melting.
Okay, part of my raging whatever is that we've been talking about those walkover replacements for
4 or 5 years.
4 years, and I understand, but clearly our maintenance / replacement program hasn't kept up with the traffic, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that was the attractiveness of concrete was.
Public Works would have preferred concrete from a maintenance standpoint. I mean, there's no doubt about that. The issue is because the base bid was based on wood, when you can't find the concrete member that was spec'd out, you cannot go with the alternate.
Okay. Are all those walkovers right now 8 foot wide?
6.
No, we're going with wider to once again improve the experience for the visitor, resident, because we do hear complaints about the narrow walkovers.
Yeah.
So let me back up. Let me back up before we go too far down this road. We've already designed it. We've already bid it. If you stop it now, it'll be another year before we can do any walkovers.
I've been living it, you've been living it for 4 or 5 years. I mean, I've only been doing it for the last 18 months, but we've looked at all these options. We also evaluated each one for handicap access. I mean,
I don't know, and I get that. I guess
We need a better.
6 foot or 8 foot would have been a good question a month ago, 2 months ago.
That question was decided, I want to say, a year ago.
Well, part of what happened was these came in under what you had speculated.
They
right?
came in
Like,
way
hey,
under
We've
it.
got some extra money. We can look at concrete.
Yeah,
Right.
they
So
came
it
in.
wasn't initially a concept.
Yeah, they came in way under what we had originally budgeted, so we had the money to do the alternate.
Now that they know that.
and you can still do concrete, but we've learned a little bit about these concrete, and we've learned what the local guys have access to. I did find a concrete panel that meets the specs, but it's in Florida. There's a lead time to it. That's not what was bid. It exists, but it's not what the local guys were bidding.
The walkway by us isn't on the list.
So I mean, I just think it's important that if you want concrete, we need to think about the width and how it's constructed. I mean, if you want places with concrete, it probably needs to be narrower.
I understand. It would just be interesting because, I mean, again, I haven't seen where the 8 foot. I mean, that's nice, but that's not as big a problem as the absolutely miserable deck boards that are still left.
They're social distancing
We
walkways.
understand. I mean, the goal will be. I mean, I don't know how long those walkovers have been there. Somebody else is going to have to jump in there. So, I mean, the wood should last a very long time in really good condition.
These are 30-plus years.
Yeah, I mean, so
We just need to look at our retread policy, how often we're going to do a retread on them.
A big problem with these walkways was that while there's not as much dune migration in Corolla as there are in some other parts of the beaches, especially south, a couple of them were basically the dunes just coming over them. So yeah, you've got
We're different. Ours go up.
Yeah,
everyone south, they move. They're marching west. Ours just grow.
Yeah, a couple of them were. I mean, when we went up and looked at it last winter, it's like you're crawling over sand to get to the.
Well, they're over the 4 foot sheet or a piece of plywood that got put to try and prevent the sand dune from being in the walkway. It's now coming over the top.
So these are elevated quite a bit.
So we have to.
So what's before you tonight is to award the bid to WM Dunn, and I would say with the understanding that the county manager has the ability to sign the contract for the base bid of $363.
$850.
$850.
Okay.
Any more questions?
All right, we'll have a motion for approval.
Move for approval.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further questions? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, item C under new business, consideration for Corova Volunteer Fire Department request for use existing funds for engine repair. Mr. County Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is basically a request. Corova Volunteer Fire Department wants to use funds that already exist in their budget. They were going to use the funds for an SCBA fill-up station. They were able to buy one cheaper by buying one from Corolla, so they want to use roughly $15,000 of that in order to cover the some engine issues that they're experiencing on one of their tankers that needs an emergency repair. And the FIAB has heard this, and their recommendation was to approve this.
Okay.
17.
17.
So you did say the FIAB had heard this?
They did, yes, sir.
Actually, I think their price was 15. The FIAB authorized not to exceed 17.
Yep.
So that way they wouldn't have to come back in.
They had a little over.
Yeah.
So moved.
All right, do we have any further questions for the County Manager? Have a motion for approval?
He moved.
Okay, have a second? Have a second? Any other questions? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The next item D under new business, consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Okay, motion second. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, consent agenda passes. Item E. which is, yes, we did an amendment.
Yes.
Yes, we did. Consideration for modifications to agenda order, meeting times, and general rules for procedures. And I'll turn this over to County Manager to lead us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really discussion amongst the board members, but the gist of it is as we sit here at 10:10, having heard, 3 or 4 having only 3 public hearings, we've got a lot of meetings that are coming up and have seen a lot where we've got a lot more public hearings than what you heard tonight and a lot more use permit hearings than you heard tonight. There's some concern that the meetings run extremely late, and so there's really only 2 ways to solve that issue. One would be to have extra meetings, or one would be to start one meeting a month earlier in the day and put the public hearings on that meeting to get through them. I can tell you that as your manager, extra meetings in the course of the month, you will have some staff burnouts, mainly because of the fact that your planning staff attends most of these public hearings, and they already have 5 or 6 night meetings a month between planning board, board of adjustment, community meetings, 2 board of commissioner meetings. So I do have some concern about programmed extra meetings as we go forward, but it's really up to the board. So it's really a discussion that you all need to have amongst yourselves. I would say that even if you don't come to a determination what you want to do going forward permanently, I'm going to look to Laurie. I think the second meeting in January has a pretty lengthy list of items. So if nothing else, you could use a test for that meeting, see how it goes, and then maybe have a discussion at the retreat.
I think the retreat would allow us a lot more time for some discussion, think about it. If we can just make a decision probably on the January 19th meeting.
So the recommendation would be what? I mean, you and I talked about a 1 o'clock start time.
For on the 19th?
For on the 19th. That would allow us to go into the evening if we needed to. And part of the discussion Mike and I had with Ben on the way out to Raleigh was exactly what's happened tonight with the amount of these use permits coming through and the time, the professionals that are here, everyone that's here, allowing those to take place maybe at 1 meeting a month during the day, and have that be our heavy load meeting and the other meeting be lighter stuff. So I guess these 2 are good, though. I wasn't talking at all. Watch it, Mr.
We were agreeing on your time.
Don't make me come over there.
So, 1 o'clock could be a challenge for me. I don't control all of my destiny.
Right.
So,
and that's a consideration, is what does it do? Kevin has a day job too sometimes.
We do 2 o'clock?
Okay.
I mean, it's up in the air. It's just something we're kicking around.
We are,
And that when the meetings were changed from 7 o'clock to, what was it, 5 o'clock? The public outcry, because you're shutting me out of.
Right. They say that.
that's a very good.
They say that, and I was one of the proponents of changing it back to 6 o'clock, but they're not turning out. I mean, people say that, but they're not really showing up. They did for Eagle Creek, and only because it was in favor of it. If you have to go to traffic court, you take your butt to court during the day. They're
It's important to
be here. They will be here, right? And it's
to watch it online.
And it seems to be now. This is just a suggestion for a test run. Really, I think is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah. Let's come to an agreement for January 19th of the start time, and then we will have some discussions. We can spend more time during the retreat discussing what we want to do with future meetings. So, how much time? I mean, when you say it's a big agenda, I mean, do we need? I mean, is it going to? Are you saying it's going to be 2 in the afternoon to 10 at night, or are we saying if we start at 2, it gets done at 7?
Well, I mean, we kicked several things or moved a couple of things off of the agenda tonight to try to get out by 10. So I hate to guess times. I mean, I can't say. It just depends on the evidence that's presented and the thoroughness of those cases.
There's enough on the 19th.
There's enough that the 19th would be a good test run. I'll put it that way.
So then what's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock? Right.
What would be better for Commissioner McCord and Commissioner Beaumont? They're the ones that have the
I won't know till I get way close to that.
So you wouldn't know if 2 would be better?
It could be fine. I think 2 o'clock would be better than 1 o'clock.
Okay.
2 would be fine with me. We have a 2 to 2 shift that comes on.
I can do any time pretty much. So.
But I can do 1 too if we had to. I never take leave, so it's not a.
Owen, could you do 2 o'clock if need be?
3.
I could do it till about April.
Well, we're going to have more discussions
Yeah.
after we do. This is just for the
But I
19th.
Oh,
can
it
do
can.
two.
So 2 o'clock sounds like the consensus right
For the
now for the 19th?
Yeah.
All right, then 2 o'clock for the 19th, and we'll add it to the retreat item to have further discussions on going forward.
Could we
Yes,
Now, can we, go ahead.
Can I make one, like, tonight, not the presentation by the, about the walkways? I mean, could we order, obviously, like, if we know something is a hot, heavy topic like the Eagle Creek, could that be put at the last, if we start at 2 o'clock on the 19th, and I barely can see, I can see it now, Ben. But if we, I mean, it's something like that, you know, like, if you know that's not a hot item of a $15,000 for a fire truck, that could be something hurt, or something the county staff could present.
I believe your agenda order's set by ordinance.
Well, but how it lines up maybe in the, like A, B, or C with
Yeah.
the new business, for instance.
Typically, yes, we can.
not
And so
We could
typically
shuffle it
we
at the meeting.
we front load the things that we think are going to have a lot of people at them
Right.
to try to get them through quicker. So that's why Doug had to sit here until.
But that was another item of discussion was if we load up a meeting, let's call it second meeting because it just happens to be the second meeting with these heavier, weightier items. The other items could go on the first meeting of the just kind of housekeeping
Go through
stuff
it.
that come through. Right.
There's always going to be a small amount of housekeeping that we'll need every 2
Right, you're
weeks
gonna
just
have
because
budget
stuff
amendments
comes
and
up.
various
But-
things.
All right, so,
I will tell you this, I would rather suck it up. Adding meetings to the month that gets really hard.
okay. All right, well then, let's go ahead and then we'll put it as a board item for right now. The 19th meeting, we'll advertise it as, I guess that would be like a special meeting or something, or?
It would need to be advertised no less than 48 hours in advance, but also I think planning would have to, now that they know, they can go and get all their advertisements in time.
Okay. All right.
I
Sounds
do
like-
think,
Say if we started to, and it goes for hours, are you gonna like take a break?
I think that meeting, we might want to bring something in to take a half an hour, 45-minute break, let us get something to nibble on, drink, and then start up again. I think that might be the thing to do, because that's going to be too long going to without a break to eat or something.
2-hour dinner, man. Let's have one of those
All
executive
right.
lunches.
I do think,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, that when we go into the retreat, we need to discuss possible ways we can expedite the process we go through. I think there are some things that we can do. And County manager and I have talked about a couple of things.
Meaning at the meeting.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Well, that
Yes.
being said, I would ask this board then, any items, if you haven't already, start getting your list to the county manager.
And if you can email those to me,
Scale 'em, and so we can start
Preferably.
compiling
Item on a piece of
the retreat items, and then
cocktail.
I guess we'll be getting some dates out pretty soon on,
we will. We'll start this week trying to identify some dates, just so that since I know everybody's ready to go home, but just so the board's aware, I have already started a list. We currently have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 items for the retreat.
Hey, let's go for broke.
All right.
25, man.
Can you send those out to us tomorrow?
I'll send them out once we get some dates over the next couple of days. Bear
Just
with
send
me.
the
but
items out
Yeah,
so
kinda what
that
you're-
none of us will present
But
it
yes, we
again.
won't be.
Fair enough.
redundant.
I can do that.
all right, then that concludes all the items on this meeting. I need a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Have a second?
Second.
Motion, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Thank you, everyone. Merry Christmas, everyone.